taxes.
Hello, my name is Watson.
Yep, H&R Block and IBM Watson together. Creating a future of more money going back into the pockets of more families. Welcome to Texas One. H&R Block with Watson. Come see us and get your taxes won.
What gets you out of bed? Is it just a routine, or is it something greater? Somewhere inside each of us is a calling. But it can't be bought, borrowed, or given to you. Your calling is unlike any other, and it has to be discovered. Liberty University, right now. Discover your calling at liberty.edu.
It was getting to be a struggle to get in and out of the tub.
Yeah, we were really worried about falling.
And we needed a solution to stay safe in our own home.
So we got an American Standard walk-in bath.
American Standard is celebrating over 140 years in business with our best offer on our Liberation walk-in baths.
They have a lifetime warranty on the bath, the installation, including the labor. I've never heard of that before.
American Standard has the only walk-in bath with over 20 comfort and safety features, including an ultra-low entryway, 44 massaging jets to help relieve aches and pains, and our patented quick drain technology, which drains your bath in less than 2 minutes. Other brands can leave you sitting in the cold. So call now for your free information kit. For a limited time, get $1,500 in savings, including a free American Standard right height toilet.
Don't delay. Call 1-800-425-8414 for your free information kit, $1,500 in savings, including a free toilet. That's 1-800-425-8414.
Suddenly he has so much more energy. I can't believe it. It's definitely a turn on.
It's like the guy I knew 10 years ago suddenly showed up again. He has passion and drive again. It's incredibly sexy.
How are men over 40 enjoying more passion, energy, and vitality than ever with a powerful man-boosting innovation called Nugenix? Powered by Testofen, a key ingredient shown to help naturally increase a man's free testosterone levels. Nugenix is the #1 men's vitality product at GNC. There's nothing else like it. Now you can get a complimentary bottle by texting DESIRE to 321-321. Clinical results show men report significantly higher energy levels with Nugenix. More satisfaction with muscle and strength. More stamina.
He's trim, tight, really terrific.
Feel like the man you used to be with Nugenix. Complimentary bottles are not available in stores. To guarantee yours, text DESIRE to 321-321 now. That's DESIRE to 321-321.
Second follow-up segment tonight, as you may know, Nordstrom's and a few other retailers have downgraded products from Ivanka Trump, the president's daughter. Now, Sears and Kmart have stopped selling some Trump home furnishing products online. So what's behind all this? Joining us from Los Angeles, Leslie Marshall. From Washington, Katie Pavlich. I didn't even know there were Trump home products.
Well, now you know.
So, I mean, I'm a IKEA guy. I just, look, simple man. All right, I don't need my house to look like a palace of Louis XIV. But this is also sudden. I mean, all of a sudden Ivanka's stuff is going out the window and Trump's lamps are going into the basement. I mean, what is this?
Well, first of all, I have to fact check you and say that IKEA furniture is not simple to put together, and everyone's goal in life is to buy furniture that is put together rather than the kind you get from IKEA, but I do also like IKEA. But in terms of what's going on with the Ivanka Trump brand, it's very clear that her brand is suffering from the Grab Your Wallet campaign, which is essentially a liberal mob that doesn't just go after brands they don't like, but goes after the distributors or the retail stores that dare to sell that brand.
What's the mob? What was the name of it?
Grab Your Wallet campaign. And we see this across the board.
Campaign.
It's not good enough for liberals to just disagree. They have to destroy the livelihood of those they disagree with.
So Grab Your Wallet is a website? Is that a social media thing? Is that what it is?
It's a website that details all of the companies like Nordstrom, like Sears, that sell Ivanka Trump or Donald Trump products.
And for the sole purpose of telling their readers not to buy the stuff and to hurt the retailer that sells it.
Right, but there's also an adverse effect and another consequence that if these stores do decide to continue selling these products, there will be picketing outside of the stores. There will be threats. There will be, customers will be intimidated into not buying these products. So it's one thing to vote with your wallet, but it's another to deny other people the choice of doing the same.
We got to find out who's in charge of this stuff so we can put their pictures up on television. Do you agree with that assessment, Leslie? Do you agree that this is a grossly undemocratic intimidation?
I don't think it's an intimidation, and I think it is extremely democratic. Although it's politically motivated, obviously, there are those that are saying, look, we lost at the ballot box, so we're going to use our wallets and our purses
so let me get this
to
straight.
win
You don't
as
think
consumers.
Threats of picketing and a disruption in a private business is intimidation?
I don't think that saying, look, I don't want to buy products with this name on it. I don't want to buy products that are made in China.
According to Katie,
I don't think that that is an intimidation at all.
Leslie, listen to me. It's not what this is about. According to the website, they're going to disrupt the business if they continue carrying products they don't like. You say that's not intimidation?
I don't think that a hashtag on Twitter and a website that lists all of the companies that carry products with the Trump name, is intimidating. I think what it's doing is educating people as to where they're spending their money.
You know, education is, wait, Katie. Education is supposed to present both sides of the story, all right? Not a hyper-partisan point of view. That's not education. It's propaganda. Is it not, Leslie?
Well, listen, Bill, in a classroom, I would agree with you, and you know more about a classroom
well,
as a former teacher than I. You have to present both.
But,
educating somebody or giving information on Twitter with a hashtag or at a website, that's not always going to be fair and balanced.
It sounds like it's activism to me. Go ahead, Katie.
Well, again, I want to stress, it's one thing for an individual to decide, I'm not going to spend my hard-earned money on Ivanka Trump or Donald Trump products. That's one thing. It's a whole nother aspect for this Grab Your Wallet campaign to go after the stores that dare to sell these brands. And this isn't just, isolated to Ivanka Trump or Nordstrom or these stores. We've seen this across the board. If you don't want to sell a wedding cake to a certain couple, then you're going to be destroyed financially.
Well,
if you have a political disagreement, we saw it with the Firefox CEO, if you dare stand up for something you believe in, your entire life is going to be destroyed. You'll be fired from your job. This is a leftist tactic. It's just taking a different form in the sense of
last
Nordstrom
question,
and
real fast. Do you believe that Nordstrom's and the Sears and the other stores have caved in? This is what you believe they've caved in because of this far-left website. That's what you believe, Katie?
I think I don't necessarily think they're caving in. I think that they're seeing a result of this boycott, and I guess they would be caving in because they're responding to preventing this kind of disruption inside of their businesses.
There are just as many people who like President Trump who could buy from these stores if they were motivated. All right, ladies, good debate. Thank you. We appreciate it. When we come right back, Bret Hume. On the radical left, using Nazi analogies to criticize President Trump and his supporters. Then Waters talking climate change in chilly New York City. We're coming right back.
What if technology gave us the power to turn this enemy into an ally?
Microsoft and its partners are using smart traps to capture mosquitoes and sequence their DNA to fight disease. There are over 100 million pieces of DNA in every sample. With the Microsoft Cloud, we can analyze the data faster than ever before. If we can detect new viruses before they spread, we may someday prevent outbreaks before they begin.
You're a teenager. You love them more than anything. And when they're frustrated or hurting, you just want to help.
When he breaks out, I feel bad. I don't want him to have to go through that.
People will look at you and be like, what's wrong with her skin? And I kind of shut down, and I'm very shy.
Moms, if you have a teenager who's struggling with breakouts, do them a favor. Go straight to the acne experts at Proactive. Proactive is so much more than just a cleanser. The 3 steps use combination therapy to help clear the breakouts you have now and stop new ones before they even start. And no other acne product in the world has it.
Proactive actually cleared my skin more than the other things. It's just been really, really easy for us. I don't have to bug her to do it. She just does it on her own. She looks so much better, and it makes me feel good for her to be happy.
It's so easy to get them started. Just go to Proactive.com. We'll set you up with our legendary 3-step system for just $19.95. Plus, we ship everything right to your door.
Man, just to see his face get clear, for us, was amazing. And most importantly, he's happy. Yeah, I love Proactive. Just love it.
And here's something really exciting. Use promo code TRIO when you order, and we'll send you our brand new Ultimate Trio free. You'll get our blackhead dissolving gel, our skin purifying mask, and our dark spot correcting serum. It's our most valuable TV offer ever, and you get it all for just $19.95 if you order before time runs out.
Whether you have stubborn acne or occasional breakouts, Proactive can work for you, guaranteed, or your money back.
Still not sure? Act fast and we'll throw in our ultra-rich green tea moisturizer as a free extra. So you'll get all this for just $19.95. But you have to hurry. Go to Proactive.com or call 1-800-846-0142. Help them get back that smile you love with Proactive.
What happened to the real men of America? Today's average red-blooded American man has less testosterone than his father, and his father has less testosterone than his father. Before we suffer a full-on masculinity crisis, Force Factor is launching the Man Up America event. We want to send every man in America a complimentary bottle of the breakout supplement taking GNC by storm. Test X 180 Ignite, loaded with free testosterone-boosting manliness. Get your complimentary bottle by texting BOLD to 369-369. During workouts, Test X 180 Ignite raises levels of free testosterone in your body to help build lean muscle. Plus, it helps burn fat, fuel desire, and improve performance. Now you can continue to feel like the real men that made this country great. Do yourself a favor. Do America a favor. Text BOLD to 369-369 for your complimentary bottle. That's a complimentary bottle by texting BOLD to 369-369.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7. Channel 115. The O'Reilly Factor. The #1 cable news show for 16 years and counting.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm Bill O'Reilly in the Hume Zone segment tonight. Actress Meryl Streep received an award from the Human Rights Campaign over the weekend here in New York City. Ms. Streep, as you know, a very liberal person who despises President Trump. After her criticism of the president at the Golden Globe Awards a few weeks ago, Ms. Streep herself received criticism. She didn't like it.
It's embarrassing and it's terrifying to put the target on your forehead, and it sets you up for all sorts of attacks and armies of brown shirts and bots and worse. And the only way you can do it is to feel you have to. You have to. You don't have an option. You have to.
Now, Ms. Streep makes mention of brown shirts. They were an arm of the Nazi Party earlier in Hitler's rise, run by a man named Ernst Röhm. Essentially thugs, the brown shirts beat people up and disgraced their country. Hitler eventually had the leadership murdered. What Ms. Streep seems to be implying is that the criticism of her after the Golden Globes came from Nazi-like people or something. Joining us from Florida, Bret Hume. You have any idea what Meryl Streep was trying to say there, Bret?
Well, I think she was signaling to the audience in the room, which no doubt has no more use for Donald Trump than she does, that she's one of them. And that she wants them to believe, I guess, that she is courageous for taking on Donald Trump, and that she's been subjected to this Nazi-like behavior, I guess, on Twitter or wherever else from people who admire Mr. Trump. So I think that's what it's about, and it's not uncommon these days to hear these veiled or not so veiled references to fascism and Nazism in connection with Donald Trump. I think it's spectacularly ill-informed and nearly hysterical, but there's a lot of it out there.
There is. Now, we put in a call to Ms. Streep to come on program. We want to talk about the history that she refers to, because what bothered me about it most of all is that she seems to be saying that if you criticize her comments about the president, that you're a Nazi. You know, the brown shirts, as you know, and anybody who knows history, were vicious animals. I mean, they were too gross for Hitler, if you can believe it. He killed them, the leadership. And they violated every tenet of civility. So when you're going to make a comparison to killers, and that's what the brown shirts were, to people who criticize you for your political comments in America, I mean, that's inappropriate, I think. That's inappropriate.
Well, I suspect what happened here, Bill, is, and I was myself pretty critical of Donald Trump at times during the campaign and the early going in particular. And his supporters came down on me on Twitter pretty hard, and they said some pretty ugly things. But that's one thing. I mean, those are words. I mean, I didn't enjoy it, but I didn't take it all that seriously, and it never occurred to me to draw an analogy between these pro-Trump people who were pretty ugly at times and anything remotely comparable to what went on in
There's a
Germany.
difference between
It's just way beyond the pale.
Sure, there's a difference between gross speech, which happens on both sides of the political spectrum every day, and the violence that Ms. Streep is referring to. What are bots? You know what bots are?
Bots is short for robots, and you can set up, for example, on Twitter, you can set up basically a bot account, the effect of which will allow you remotely or, without you being present to repeatedly post a tweet over and over and over again so people will see it. And, so it's an automated form of tweeting. And, you can use that. Having said all this, Bill, I would add one thing. Look, one thing, first of all, Meryl Streep is a spectacularly great actress, no question about that. And some of what she is saying is not too far off from some of the things that are being said, even by some of Mr. Trump's conservative critics. You hear autocrat, you hear something close to the word fascist being used. So, if you think the way she does and are inclined to think the way she does, you don't have to look far these days to find people.
No, but there's a little bit
who
of a difference because those comments are leveled. They're leveled at the president. She categorized the people who criticized her, and I'm sure she did get some gross stuff, as you did, as Nazis. And that's wrong. All right, Bret Hume, everyone, there he is. Water's on deck. The Global Warming Edition. Factors coming right back as we continue all throughout the USA and all over the world.
Safe drivers who switch to Esurance could save money on car insurance. In fact, safe drivers who switch from Geico to Esurance could save hundreds. So if you switch to Esurance, saving is a pretty safe bet. Auto and home insurance for the modern world. Esurance, an Allstate company. Click or call.
You found the love of your dreams, and together, you had the kid of your dreams. Now you can put them in the car of your dreams for a lot less than you might think. With a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can enjoy legendary safety, innovation, and performance at a price you can afford. And that's a pretty sweet dream. Visit the certified pre-owned sales event now through February 28th, only at your authorized dealer. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing.
Want longer-lasting heartburn relief? Try Duo Fusion. Duo Fusion goes to work in seconds and lasts up to 12 hours. Tums only lasts up to 3. For longer-lasting relief in one chewable tablet, try Duo Fusion from the makers of Zantac.
A new executive order inside the president's next move and impact on immigration and national security. Trey Gowdy has powerful insight on the first 100 days.
At Bo Townsend Nissan, our friendly staff will help you find the right Nissan at the right price. Like the 2017 Nissan Rogue, only $199 a month for 36 months. At Bo Townsend Nissan, it's all about you. Visit online at btnissan.com.
Esurance does auto insurance a smarter way, like their photo claims tool. It helps settle your claim quickly, which saves time, which saves money. And when they save, you save. That's auto and home insurance for the modern world. Esurance, an Allstate company. Click or call. Esurance does insurance a smarter way, which saves money, like bundling home and auto coverage, which reduces red tape, which saves money. And when they save, USAVE. That's home and auto insurance for the modern world. Esurance, an Allstate company. Click or call.
The carpets are always red, and stars are everywhere you look. There's no place like Hollywood. Hollywood Gaming at Dayton Raceway. The $60,000 cash or caddy giveaway is here. Start playing today for your chance to win. Winners selected on February 25th from 2 to 7 p.m.
Townsend Nissan, our friendly staff will help you find the right Nissan at the right price. Like the 2017 Nissan Altima, $189 a month for 36 months. At Bo Townsend Nissan, it's all about you. Visit online at btnissan.com.
The book segment tonight, Waters World. Last week we had a blizzard here in New York City. So what better time to send Waters out to talk to the folks about climate change?
Where are you from?
I'm from Russia.
What's up, comrade?
Good. Perfect.
I say no. You know what this is? Global warming. How big of an issue for you is global warming?
Very big. It's a national security issue because we're going to have what are called climate refugees. When the sea levels rise, so much of the world's population is living at sea level. They're going to have nowhere to go.
That's a very interesting line of reasoning.
We better extremely vet those people.
That's true. We will, with Donald's president.
How big of an issue is global warming?
Not a big issue. I don't really care. I don't think it's big at all. I mean, just look at behind us. It's freezing, it's snowy, it's cold. I can't put my arms down!
It's a big issue. How many degrees has the Earth's temperature risen in the last couple of years, do you think? I'm not a meteorologist. I can see that. What do you think we should do about global warming?
Whatever we can do, we should do.
Did I not tell you just to do it? Now I'm telling you, gotta do it.
I don't think you could do really anything. What do you think is going to happen if we do nothing about global warming?
Well, the sea levels rise, we'll be underwater.
So we can go swimming together?
That sounds nice.
Oh, boy.
You guys, you just grab your suits and I'll meet you down at the pool.
Who do you guys think is responsible for global warming?
And companies, especially like cattle farming in Brazil, they take down a lot of trees just to make grass fields for their cows, and those trees are filters for the world.
Don't you like a nice steak, though?
Yeah, but, I mean...
I'll have a steak sandwich and a steak sandwich, please.
Who do you think is responsible for global warming?
Humans and cow farts.
People that drive trucks.
You're blaming truck drivers?
Come here, boy. I want to give you a big sloppy kiss.
All the carbon monoxide that's going on in the world, whoever is in charge of all that, probably them. Or it's just the natural course that our world is taking and we can't do anything about it.
Nerd alert!
What do you think you could do to fight climate change?
We all have to use our vote and get rid of this guy, Donald Trump.
Oh! Do you do anything to fight against global warming?
Well, I don't use a lot of water in my home. I always turn off the sinks and showers when they're running when they're not supposed to be. I do recycle.
Carpool.
If all this is global warming, I'd hate to see global cooling.
Jesse, honestly, educate your viewers, really.
Come on, man, you're better than that.
What do you think about my hat?
I like it. Very tropical.
I got a cockatoo here.
I like cockatoos.
I think it's ridiculous.
It's amazing.
I like your hat. Can I touch your pom-pom?
Absolutely. It's a fox fur as well.
It's fox?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm from Fox.
There's a movie called Waterworld where the Arctic ice caps melted. We had to fight for the little land we have left.
So you think we're all going to live in Waterworld?
Basically.
I think you're already living in it.
Did you say something?
Waters. And this is my world.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
So here's Waters, and I know I'm going to get a lot of mail on. Where can people get a hat like that if they want one? And I'm sure almost everyone does.
You can buy that at Chubbies.com.
What's Chubbies?
Chubbies is a website that sells really short shorts and crazy hats.
Now, how would you know about Chubbies?
Because
How?
I've seen it on the internet. You know what the internet is, right?
No, I don't know what bots are. I mean, but were you looking for really short shorts? Is that what you were combing?
And they threw in a free hat with it.
Is that right? Is that what you were looking for?
I got a free hat with the short shorts.
Yeah, is that a prerequisite for your new program on the weekends?
Yeah, we do things differently on the weekends.
Yeah, I'll say. Okay, so you went to a website.
Yes.
And you got the ugliest hat you could
I thought we were going to talk about global warming.
No, this is far more important.
Stick on the hat.
That's far more important than global warming, because that's man-made right there.
Yes.
On your hat. God had nothing to do with that.
The girl from Russia goes, "What is that, squirrel fur?"
She was embarrassed. You know that, right?
For me?
Yeah, no. She comes to America to try to see what democracy is, and you're standing there with that hat. That'll drive her right back to Moscow. She's on a plane right now. All right, Waters. Very good, I guess. Factor tip of the day, another good deed you guys have accomplished. The tip, moments away.
When it comes to Valentine's gifts, Helzberg Diamonds knows bigger isn't always better. Our beautiful diamond heart pendant is just $299.99. That's $200 off. Helzberg Diamonds. Here's to love.
Salonpas. We're the world leader in medicinal pain patches. Our latest innovation, new Salonpas Lidocaine. Using hydrogel-based technology with the maximum strength lidocaine you can buy without a prescription. New Salonpas Lidocaine. Nothing is proven stronger or more effective against pain.
Don't let a cracked windshield ruin your plans. Trust SafeLight. With SafeLight's exclusive On My Way text, you'll know exactly when we'll be there, giving you more time for what matters most.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Take a look at these barbecue trophies. Best cracked pepper sauce. Most ribs eaten while calf roping.
Yep. Greatness deserves recognition. You got any trophies, cowboy?
Well, there's this one.
Best insurance mobile app.
Yep, 3 years in a row.
Well, Alvin, does that thing just follow you around?
Like a little puppy.
The award-winning Geico app. Download it today.
It's Aaron's anniversary sale, and while we celebrate, you save with 6 months same as cash. We're going all out with amazing lease-to-own deals, like this Woodhaven sectional for just $59.99 a month, or this 4-piece Kingsbury bedroom just $59.99 a month, or this 55-inch Sharp Smart 4K UHD TV, only $59.99 a month. The icing on the cake, no credit needed, and free delivery and setup. Come to a participating Aaron's store or visit aarons.com to celebrate and save during our anniversary sale.
At BP, we empower anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right, so everyone comes home safely. Because safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Factor tip of the day, more good deeds done by our viewers in a moment. First, a quick note. If you don't have a Valentine's Day gift yet, crisis time will save you. Go to BillO'Reilly.com right now. Get a premium membership gift. And then you give it to the object of your affection. Presto, good tidings. Now the mail. Janet Castonguay, Rancho Santa Fe, California. Bill, the appeals court stated that the travel ban appeared to violate due process rights of lawful permanent American residents. Your example of someone boarding a flight in Libya with a fake passport is disingenuous. False, Janet. I gave that example to explain why the Trump administration selected the 7 countries for the travel scrutiny, not to explain the court ruling. There was no linkage. In the countries on the list, there is no effective vetting of any travel. Tracy O'Brien, Dunedin, New Zealand. Why are countries like Saudi Arabia and Pakistan not on the list? Because they have functioning governments and passport controls, Tracy. John Norton, Brazoria, Texas. O'Reilly, you said the Trump administration should have explained the policy better. The law as written does not require that, but the court of public opinion does, John. Richard Lane, New Orleans, Louisiana. Bill, you just placed spin on the Wounded Warriors situation. The charity fired its 2 top executives in the scandal. We reported accurately, Richard. The Better Business Bureau investigated Wounded Warriors and now give the charity a good report saying the so-called scandal really didn't amount to much. No spin, just the facts. Bob Powell, Amelia, New York. Bill, after hearing your reporting, I am supporting Wounded Warriors again. Well, good, Joe. That's fair. Simon Forbes, Sydney, Australia. Hi, Bill. First-time viewer. Thought your interview with President Trump was first class, the way the news media should be. Well, I appreciate that, Simon. The entire interview, unedited, posted on BillO'Reilly.com. For our segments, we had to edit, and for the Super Bowl interview the day of the game, we had to edit it down. But now you can see that the whole thing with the president, start to finish, the way it went. Phil Steinhoff, Parker County, Texas. The biggest threat to our country isn't Islamic terrorism. It's the young people Waters interviews. The view of reality could turn into anarchy. Many young Americans are dopes, Phil. I was. Big dope. After a while, a significant number wise up as they get older. Margaret Glasser, Louisville, Kentucky. Mr. O'Reilly, I was sad that you and Mr. Waters made fun of some of the students. I'm in high school and closely follow current events. I've even read 2 of your books. And someday you will lead your generation to sanity, Margaret. Keep it up. Gary Patterson, Salem, Oregon. O'Reilly, thanks for killing the rising sun. My father died in a Japanese POW camp. So much for the Geneva Convention. I appreciate your honest, no-holds-barred writing of history. Well, I'm sorry about your dad, Gary. Lots of great men lost their lives in the Pacific Theater, and that's why I wrote Killing the Rising Sun. And a quick happy birthday to Cecil Windsor, 103 years old in Tennessee. I can't do all the birthdays, but way to go, Cecil. And finally tonight, the factor tip of the day. I received a letter from John Riggle, who lives in Peru, Indiana. I want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart for my track chair. It has opened up a whole new world for me after my leg was amputated. It rides wonderfully and is quiet in the woods. The Lord has truly blessed me with this chair. Now, John is one of the thousands of severely wounded vets whose lives have been changed by donations to independencefund.org. You guys have given almost $30 million over the years, bringing relief to the brave men and women who have sacrificed so much. Tip of the day, tip of the hat to all of you who support independencefund.org. And that is it for us tonight. Please check out the Fox News Factor website, different from BillO'Reilly.com. Also, I'd like to spout out about the Factor from anywhere in the world. O'Reilly at FoxNews.com, O'Reilly at FoxNews.com. Name and town if you wish to opine. Word of the day, do not be umbrageous when writing to the Factor. Now, tomorrow, Sergeant Bo Bergdahl in court. His attorney trying to get the desertion deal thrown out because of President Trump. We're going to have our Law and Order team analyze that. It should be a good segment. Again, thanks for watching us tonight. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Please always remember that the spin stops here, because we are definitely looking out for you.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Kelly Wright in New York. A major shakeup in Washington within the Trump administration. National Security Advisor Michael Flynn resigning just a short time ago. It follows reports that he had misled Vice President Mike Pence and other officials about his contacts with Russia. His departure upends Trump's senior team after less than 1 month in office. In a resignation letter, Flynn said he held numerous calls with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. during the transition and gave incomplete information about those discussions to Vice President Mike Pence. The vice president, apparently relying on information from Flynn, initially said the National Security Advisor had not discussed sanctions with the Russian envoy, though Flynn later admitted the issue may have come up. Earlier today, Kellyanne Conway, senior White House advisor, said Flynn, quote, has the full confidence of President Trump. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer had told reporters the president was monitoring the situation and was speaking to the vice president and others on his team about Flynn's future. We now know that Flynn has made the future for himself by resigning. Let's turn now to Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts with more details about this. John?
Kelly, good evening. We saw this developing throughout the day at the White House. And the president, according to sources close to him, was willing to hang in there with Flynn, willing to try to make it work patch over the damage, but it was Flynn himself who, according to one source, quote, cratered on all of this and decided to take himself out, apparently. Again, according to this source, everyone feels badly about the fact that Flynn is now gone from the White House, particularly when you look at what a loyal soldier he was to the president through that entire campaign and all of those campaign events. And he was at his side, advising him on national security all the way along through that arduous campaign, both in the spring, in the primaries, and in the fall. But we now know who the leading candidates are. First of all, Keith Kellogg, who is the chief of staff and the executive secretary of the National Security Council. He's the acting right now, and he is the leading candidate, but I don't think that's the person that President Trump really wants. He's a Vietnam veteran. He's 72 years old. I mean, he's just a little bit older than the president, but I think he's looking for somebody who perhaps is a little bit younger than General Kellogg is. So he's looking at, as his number one candidate, Vice Admiral Robert Harward. He was a former deputy commander at CENTCOM down there at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. What's really interesting is that Harward served under James Mad Dog Mattis. So that means that the two of them would likely have a very close relationship still, and there would be a very strong connection between the Pentagon and the White House. Now, here's where Harward is potentially a better fit than David Petraeus, who also is one of the three top candidates for the position. And, of course, you know that you saw David Petraeus come and see then President-elect Trump many, many times at Trump Tower. But here's the reason why. Because Petraeus is viewed somewhat with a degree of skepticism among many military leaders. And I think you could probably put James Mattis in that group. So if you brought in Petraeus, I mean, you definitely have some rivalries going on there. And this president has kind of adopted Abraham Lincoln's team of rivals to some degree, but I'm not sure that he wants that much of a rivalry between the Pentagon and the NSC. So if you put Harward in there, he'd probably be a good fit with Mattis. So you probably have a good line of communication there. He's a former member of SEAL Team 3, knows the National Security Council. He was there under President Bush, also served at the National Counterterrorism Center. This guy is tough as nails, according to highly placed sources at the White House. He's no games. He's just a straight shooter, a solid rock, I'm told. Veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan. So you'd have a tough military guy who's been in the stuff, knows what goes on around the world, knows the consequences of taking military action. And they think that he would be a very, very strong advisor to this president. You know, with Flynn, you had loyalty, but you had some issues there going all the way back to his son and the security clearances, what was going on at the pizza parlor, and then of course, you had the conversations with the Russian ambassador, then leading to misleading the vice president. So you had problems there among the loyalists. With Harward, they don't think that there would be any problems. The thing is that the president doesn't really know him. So you want to get the two of them together, make sure they can gel, because as we said before, Kelly, the national security advisor, other than the chief of staff, your senior counselor, and your senior advisor, probably the closest person to the president, one who shares real estate in the immediate West Wing with the president. So you want to have somebody there, A, you can trust, B, who will be loyal, and C, somebody you like.
Yeah, and John, let's consider the fact that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be visiting the White House, and this is breaking prior to that visit. This is a very important meeting for the President of the United States, as you know, and he needs his National Security Council and his team in place to move forward with some of the plans that the two leaders will likely discuss in terms of relations between Israel and the United States, particularly as it deals with the fight against terrorism. So, John, do you think the president will act quickly upon a decision for his new national security advisor, or will he just go with the interim for now?
I think he'll go quickly. I do not believe, though, that you can bring a new national security advisor and get them up to speed that quickly. Even as much as Harward knows national security, even as much as David Petraeus knows national security and knows all the players, and Harward knows him too because he was with CENTCOM. And if you were with CENTCOM, you cover the Middle East, and so Israel's part of your territory. But I think that, you know, in the next 2 days, it would be difficult to bring in a replacement that quickly. So he'll probably stick with Kellogg through the talks with Netanyahu. And then, as far as I know, there's no meeting set up with any big leaders for the next few days. So possibly, you know, by the beginning of next week, you could have a replacement in there. And if you just give me a second here while I hang on the phone I'm just getting some more information here.
Well, John, while you're saying that, I'm going to let people know what they're looking at for those who just might be tuning in for the moment right now. The breaking news is that National Security Advisor Michael Flynn has resigned from his post, and now the White House is actually looking in terms of what it has to do in order to find a new member. They have an interim member in right now who is Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. We're talking to White House Chief Correspondent John Roberts about all of the fallout from this. And, John, you were looking at your phone to get some more information. What is the latest update that you have?
Unfortunately, my information flow right now, Kelly, is limited to talking to you on my iPhone and then taking my eyes off of it to check my text messages. Okay, so a senior administration official, just to give you a little bit of the background, the lead up to all of this, in terms of Flynn, senior administration official is telling me that Flynn was literally at the president's side for the last 72 hours. He was there with him in Mar-a-Lago. He was in the SCIF all weekend. SCIF is an acronym for Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility. So that's where he basically lives, which is where he gets all of the classified information coming in that he can then deliver on to the president. He was on 5 world leader calls. He was the point man on the presidential briefing, the Canada visit, of course, the missile test in North Korea. Apparently he had a lot of continuity and confidence from the president. But apparently just all these, according to the source, new reports and a torrent of information compelled Flynn to resign. So he knew with everything that was coming over his transom, Kelly, that he just was going to be too much of a distraction for this president. This president's got enough on his plate without a senior member of his team kind of attracting the spotlight in the negative fashion that Flynn was. So, Flynn, I think, did the honorable thing, fell on his sword and cleared the path for this president to get that particular controversy off of his deck. So there are a lot of people who are going to want to know, well, was Flynn acting at the behest of the president in these conversations with the Russian ambassador? But once the source of the problem is gone, it's much easier to put a Band-Aid over the wound and move on.
Now it's time to move on. Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts keeping us updated. John, thank you so much for your reporting. We're going to take a break for a moment from John, and joining us now is retired Lieutenant Colonel Michael Waltz. He is a Fox News contributor who acted as a policy advisor, by the way, for President George W. Bush. Sir, what can you tell us about what's your response to the fallout from this and to the fact that Michael Flynn has resigned from his post as National Security Advisor, now being replaced by interim Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg?
Yeah, sure. Good evening. Or
good evening to you, sir.
Say good morning. Hey, well, I just want to remind folks of a few things. One, General Flynn, 33 years of honorable service in the Army, multiple combat tours with service in Afghanistan and Iraq. Is truly a great American, and it is a shame to see this kind of controversy and see him embroiled in it. And if it does, it would not surprise me if it does emerge to be the case that he did truly step down to clear the path, as John mentioned, for the president to move forward with his policy agenda. I'm looking at a few things. One, I'll be very interested to see how the Russians respond. The sun is rising in Moscow as we speak. I think from their perspective, they've probably received a number of mixed signals. It's been widely reported that they were seeking better relations and very excited about the possibility of better relations from this administration. On the other hand, it's been reported that President Putin and President Trump potentially had a difficult call over the START treaty, over the nuclear treaty, and now they're going to wake up to see that the National Security Advisor stepped down over interactions with Russia. So how will they respond to all of this? And I can just tell you, having served in the White House as the National Security Advisor, the senior staff, absolutely has to have the confidence of the president, the confidence.
One that he can talk to and speak to. One possible candidate is Vice Admiral Robert Harward, who already has a close connection to James Mad Dog Mattis. So because of that, there might be some synergy between the Pentagon and the national security team. That would be very important for President Trump to move forward, would it not?
Yeah, that would be important. And Admiral Harward has a great reputation as a SEAL, as a fellow special operator, but he also, importantly, ran the training command out in Afghanistan that is responsible for the training, for the advising, for the equipping of the Afghan National Army. And that is the key element of our strategy in Afghanistan to move that country forward and, frankly, to allow them to stand on their own at some point that we can gradually step away from that war effort. So, not only understanding the kinetic pieces, the kind of the direct action, killing the bad guys that the SEALs are so great at, but also really understanding how we rebuild entire militaries, in the case of Afghanistan and Iraq, entire armies, so that they can stand on their own. So I think Harward would be a great choice. I think the relationship with Mattis would be fantastic.
All right, sir.
And I was excited to see that move forward.
Lieutenant Colonel Michael Waltz, we thank you for joining us this evening, and you and John both alluding to the fact that Michael Flynn, in fact, general is general, likely decided to fall on the sword in order for the Trump administration to move on and get a clean break from the fallout over what he may or may not have said to the Russians. So again, sir, thank you for joining us. And Chief White House Correspondent John Roberts, who has been reporting with us, thank you for being with us again. Once again, National Security Advisor Michael Flynn has resigned. It comes after just a month on the job. In a resignation letter, Flynn said he has held numerous calls with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. during the transition and gave incomplete information about those discussions to Vice President Mike Pence. I'm Kelly Wright.
You have a vision. It drives you. It inspires you. It's behind everything you do. Even when you least expect it, it comes through. You know what you want, and we can help make it real. You want choices? We've got lots. Pick a design. Make it your own. And if you get stuck, we can help. Add a special finish. Or try a premium paper. Whatever you choose, we absolutely guarantee the paper, the printing, even your design, every time, for any reason. Because you have a vision, and we have your card. 500 start at just $9.99 when you enter promo code BC500 at Vistaprint.com.
Here's to the heroes, America's small business owners. And here's to the heroes behind the heroes who use their expertise to keep those businesses covered. And here's to the heroes behind the heroes behind the heroes who brought us delicious heroes. Actually, the hero owns Vero's Heroes, so he should have been with those first heroes. That's better. So to recap, small business owners are heroes, and our heroes help heroes be heroes when they're not eating heroes delivered by... You know what I mean.
But Grandma, we use Charmin Ultra Soft, so we don't have to wad to get clean.
Charmin Ultra Soft gets you clean without the wasteful wadding. It has comfort cushions you can see that are softer and more absorbent, and you can use up to 4 times less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Fox News Channel on Sirius XM. Your favorite shows on Channel 114. Plus, every story, every 15 minutes. Fox News headlines 24/7. Channel 115.
O'Reilly here. Lawyers for Bo Bergdahl trying to get the case dismissed because of President Trump. We'll have a special report. Next factor.
Don't miss the O'Reilly Factor.
It's a new day. A fresh start. Because Time Warner Cable is now Spectrum. Redefining what a cable company can be. With promises to make and promises to keep. and over 90,000 employees working hard every day to earn your business. Welcome to America's fastest growing TV, internet, and voice provider. Welcome to Spectrum.
Discover how comfortable life can be in a stressless, and take comfort to the next level with a very special offer. Pay for fabric and receive leather. Pay for leather, receive a smoother, softer grade of leather. Or save $300 on select stressless Sunrise recliners. Get more luxury and pay much less. The most comfortable seating in the world is now more comfortable than ever at the stressless dealer nearest you.
Well, a gay journalist in Brooklyn has done just about the bravest thing a gay Brooklyn journalist can do. He abandoned trendy lifestyle liberalism for something else. Chadwick Moore wrote a pretty straightforward profile of Milo Yiannopoulos for a left-wing gay magazine last fall. The simple profile cost him many of his friends and triggered a wave, a big wave of online hostility. The backlash, Moore said in a piece for the New York Post, caused him to reevaluate his beliefs, and he decided that modern liberalism is, quote, ugly, lockstep, incurious, and mean-spirited. He says he's conservative now, though he did vote for Hillary Clinton a mere 3 months ago, so he's still rethinking things. Chadwick Moore joins us from New York. Chadwick, thanks a lot for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you. As you can see, I left my scarlet letter at home.
You did, but it sounds like you got one. You have this really interesting piece in the New York Post, and the part that jumped out at me immediately was the fact that after doing this profile, which you described, it's pretty straightforward, you know, sort of not for Milo or against, but kind of telling who he is, that one of your best friends disowned you as a friend.
Right. I mean, and this is a story that is just repeated constantly, right? Everyone lost friends and family member. And I was even, when I even said I voted for Hillary Clinton, so many people were like, oh, you did? Oh, I just assumed you were a Trump supporter. And why would you assume that? And the profile was extremely balanced, and I treated him no differently than I would have treated anyone else. But people aren't accustomed to hearing those sorts of stories about controversial figures, well, quote-unquote controversial figures, people on the far right.
So you found yourself looking at the community you live in through a very different lens all of a sudden, you wrote. And what did you see?
Paranoia and mean-spiritedness and an aversion to understanding, an aversion to communicating with people who don't agree with you, and to understanding why exactly Trump became so popular and eventually won. And also now that the election is over, sort of evaluating how the Democratic Party and how the far left alienated so many people and how they messed up so badly. You know, I thought that after the election they would have sat down and, had a come to Jesus moment, and that hasn't happened at all.
Interesting. So you wrote this piece before the election, right?
Yes, yeah, about a month before.
So the reaction is so interesting to me because the world that you live in, it was ascendant. I mean, every rights battle that's been fought over the past 10 years, a victory. It looked like Hillary Clinton was going to be elected. Why the closed-mindedness and the paranoia you described? It seems like people with those views would be really happy.
That's a very good question. I don't know if it's just the nature of people aren't taught to think critically these days. People are so locked into their social media bubbles and their friendship bubbles, and it's just this reinforcing disease of hearing your own opinion spouted back at you constantly, and just uncontrollable paranoia. It's really sad, and it's really damaging to journalism, for one. Journalists are terrified of these people. Right. And it's just very, very sad and upsetting. And, more people, but I don't think it's the majority of people, and I don't think it's the majority of people on the left.
No, I don't think it is either, actually, not the people I know. But one of the saddest casualties, along with, decency and open-mindedness, is curiosity. When you sort of get in a place like that, it's very hard to be interested in people who disagree with you. And for journalists, I mean, that's just death, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And it's death for gay people. I've always said that gay people are natural libertarians. Because we existed so many times, or for so long throughout history, outside of acceptable society, that the one thing that we've always wanted was to be left alone by the government and by our neighbors, essentially. And now the left's become completely puritanical, and it's very off-putting.
Interesting. What an interesting journey you're on, Chadwick. Thanks a lot for coming on.
Thank you very much.
I hope you keep writing about this.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Well, most of you were appalled when rioters halted a speech by Milo Yiannopoulos at UC-Berkeley a couple weeks ago. Up next, we'll talk to an activist who helped organize those riots and thinks those tactics should be copied everywhere, often. Stay tuned for that.
When it comes to Valentine's gifts, Helzberg Diamonds knows bigger isn't always better. Our beautiful diamond heart pendant is just $299.99. That's $200 off. Helzberg Diamonds. Here's to love.
Credit Karma? Why are you checking your credit score?
You don't want to ride the 13L forever, do you?
The doctor said it's not contagious.
Credit Karma, huh?
Yeah, it's free.
Credit Karma. Give yourself some credit.
Why buy the same old yellow box for hemorrhoids? Recticare Complete Hemorrhoid Care System has 2 effective medications. The strongest OTC concentration of lidocaine to relieve pain and itch, plus the strongest OTC concentration of phenylephrine HCl to reduce swelling. Because hemorrhoids are an all-day problem, Recticare Complete does more. With Recticare Advanced Hemorrhoidal Cream for at-home use and dual-action medicated wipes for on-the-go hemorrhoid relief that protects and soothes. Get more complete hemorrhoid relief with Recticare Complete.
Dear Predictable, there's no other way to say this. It's over. I found a permanent escape from monotony. Together we are perfectly balanced. Our senses awake. Our hearts racing as one. I know this is sudden, but they say if you love something, set it free. See you around, Julia.
There's a new way to inflate tires, sporting equipment, and more. It's called the AirHawk, and it's revolutionary. The AirHawk is an amazing new cordless handheld air compressor that pulls in the outside air and then compresses it into the tire. It's fast, easy to use, and extremely convenient. You no longer need to drive to the gas station for air. You no longer need to pull out the large, bulky air compressor. You no longer need to buy those messy, expensive cans of air. The AirHawk is the most convenient, time-saving way to fill up your tires. Not only that, the AirHawk digitally reads the pressure and can be set to stop automatically when it gets to the correct tire pressure. The AirHawk can help you out of a bad situation. Traditional hand pumps are difficult to use and clumsy. The AirHawk is easier, faster, and far more efficient. The AirHawk comes with several air nozzles for a wide variety of uses. You know how frustrating it is when you have a flat ball. But with the AirHawk, flat balls are no longer a problem. In the past, blowing up inflatables such as pool toys and camping air mattresses was a hassle. With the AirHawk, that job just became much easier. The AirHawk is no cheap disposable gadget. The AirHawk is a solid, durable tool that you'll use all the time. Other cordless rechargeable tools can easily cost over $100. But you can get your cordless AirHawk for just 2 easy payments of only $29.95. And when you order today, you'll be automatically upgraded free of charge to the AirHawk Deluxe. You'll get a carrying case, a car charger, and a built-in LED light at no extra charge. So don't wait to order, because sooner or later, you're going to need an AirHawk. Call the number on your screen or go to the website, buyairhawk.com. That's buyairhawk.com, and get your AirHawk right now.
Well, it's been 2 weeks since rioters at UC-Berkeley used violence to force the cancellation of a speech by Milo Yiannopoulos. Most people were appalled by what happened, but Yvette Filarka is not among those people. Besides working as a public school teacher in California, she is the national organizer for the Coalition to Defend Affirmative Action, Integration, and Immigrant Rights, and Fight for Equality by Any Means Necessary. BAM is the acronym. Filarka is willing to integrate violence into her political agenda, as you can see from this clip of her disrupting a rally last summer in Sacramento.
Here you go, boy. Hey, say we should be nice. Be nice. Come here now. You, sir. Please. Just here to protest. Please up. Stand down. Get out. Get back.
Filarka helped organize the Berkeley protests, and she says activists ought to copy his tactics for other speakers and events around the country. Yvette Filarka is with us now. Yvette, thanks a lot for joining us. So, you did a bunch of interviews after, and you were asked about this, and you were, to your credit, I think, very straightforward about it and unapologetic, and you said, yeah, this guy was a fascist, Milo's a fascist, and we shut him down. You didn't pretend otherwise. We shut him down, and that's what you do with fascists. I think I'm characterizing what you said correctly. Just so we can understand the standard here, what is a fascist?
So a fascist is someone who's organizing a mass movement that's attacking women, immigrants, black people, other minority groups in a movement of genocide. That's what a fascist is.
Okay. So it's someone who's committing violence?
And it's someone who's committing violence and who's trying to organize other people to commit violence.
Okay.
And Milo Yiannopoulos is a fascist.
Okay. So he's committed acts of violence against the protected groups you mentioned?
Well, what he's doing is he's trying to be the youth face and the token that other people who are organizing violence try to hide behind. And so in all of his talks all over the country, what Yiannopoulos has done is whip up a whole lynch mob mentality where people who come to see him or his supporters not only agree with his views, but also attack other people. And that was certainly true in Washington State when one of his supporters came and actually shot an anti-fascist protester. But in Berkeley, we made sure that didn't happen because we were able to shut him down.
So, but you're conceding that Milo himself has not committed acts of violence, and nor has he incited violence by the legal definition. He'd be in jail if he did. But you're saying that because people who agree with him have committed violence, he should not be allowed to speak.
You know, fascist movement takes many forms, and it always tries to have one form that looks respectable and a little bit milder. But Yiannopoulos isn't just a stand-up comedian, and he isn't someone who just has ideas and posts them up on YouTube. He's someone who is funded by Breitbart and Steve Bannon to go around to college campuses to try to recruit other young people to then conduct those attacks on his behalf and on Trump's behalf. But I'm really, really glad to say that thousands of us were out there last week, or February 1st, and made sure that there were thousands of us to make sure that we defended our campus, this community, and especially the immigrant and Muslim students who were under attack and have been under attack by him and other fascists.
Right, and by using violence, I mean, you don't shy away from that by any means necessary is the name of your group, and so it implies violence. So what should we do with fascists? I mean, if you think that someone is espousing genocide, what should we do with them? I mean, should that person be allowed to walk free? Should we put him in jail? Should we kill him? Should we exile him? I mean, it's a sincere question. If you're willing to use violence because you think someone is espousing genocide, what's the penalty for that?
Well, first we've got to make sure we nip it in the bud, and we make sure that they're not allowed to recruit and act as if it's respectable to call for the mass murder of millions of people, in fact, millions who make up the majority of people in this nation at this point.
Okay,
and so they
just
can't
to be
hide
clear,
behind a
there's
platform
no
of free speech.
Milo Yiannopoulos, this is not a defense of him, just a factual point, has not ever said that, in public anyway, not that we have a record of. There's no evidence that he has called for the genocide of anybody, as you know, but you're saying by transference in some way, he inspires people who believe that, I guess. But you're not getting my question. Like, when you say nip in the bud, should he be allowed to go on the subway and talk to the guy next to him about perhaps joining his movement? Or should he be allowed to talk to people in restaurants? Or what should we do with the fascist who you believe is inspiring genocide?
So first of all, the alt-right is a neo-fascist movement, and they're trying to hide behind some softer versions of their more open counterparts who identify themselves as Nazis. But they're still part of the same movement, first of all. Second of all, when someone is trying to speak at a campus or at a rally, they're doing it not just because they have an opinion, but someone like Yiannopoulos or any other alt-righter or fascist or neo-fascist is doing it to recruit other people. No, we don't let them recruit. And in fact, when you look back at the Holocaust and the lessons that we draw from that, we don't say, oh, well, at least we let them voice their opinion. We say never again.
Okay,
well, again is now, especially
when we say that,
after Trump.
We elevate people like Dietrich Bonhoeffer or members of the plot against the leader of Nazi Germany to kill him. So, I mean, that was the response, of course, to the leader of that fascist movement. Most people think it was legitimate. Do you think, you're not answering my question, that people like Milo, who you've decided are fascists, should be allowed to speak in public? You said they weren't allowed to speak at Berkeley.
He should not be allowed to speak in public to spread his racist and misogynistic and homophobic lies. No, he does not have the right to do that.
What about
when he's using his speech to whip up attacks on people? No, he doesn't have the right to do that.
So
and to spread lies about our humanity? No, he doesn't.
Okay, so you're not allowed to say things that you think are untrue. Well, I mean, of course, in the case of Berkeley,
no, that's not what I said. Okay. I didn't say you're not allowed to say things that are untrue. But if you're trying to spread racism and hostility, misogyny, rape, whip up people to lynch people or to certainly have that mentality to rape people or to lynch them. Absolutely not. And any decent human being, whether it was in a classroom or at a restaurant, if they heard someone doing that, would turn around and tell them, you need to stop talking. You are not welcome here. This is not a safe environment. You need to go. Well, that's what we did at UC-Berkeley, and that was a good thing.
Hit them or set fire. So you're a middle school teacher, which may surprise some of our students, or rather some of our viewers, that you have students. The First Amendment was always kind of the cornerstone of American civic life, the idea that you have the right to say something that other people may vehemently disagree with, but you have that right. It's enshrined in the Bill of Rights. Do you teach that to your students?
The First Amendment is about free speech, but that's not an abstraction. And if there was someone in my classroom who was espousing rape or genocide or attacks on Muslims, I would certainly make sure that I stood up for the rest of my students and told them they need to stop. And if they refused to, they would need to leave.
Would you hit them?
In fact, fascism isn't just about abstract. I'm not finished though yet. And I'm not finished yet. If there is a fascist in any situation that I was in, I would call for other people to take action too, but it's not just about the immediate moment. Right, it's also within the context of building a movement.
But I don't want this to be abstract. Against Donald Trump You're getting abstract.
And against fascism.
I want to bring this back to the concrete, as you said, and rightly so. So if there was a student in your class who started espousing what you believe is fascism, and you said you need to leave, you need to be quiet, you need to leave, and he didn't leave, would you hit him as you hit that protester? Would you beat him up?
No, of course not. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about people who, you know what? In Sacramento, there were fascists who had knives tied at the ends of sticks, and they stabbed people, including us.
Not the man that you hit. He looked kind of unarmed to me.
Yes, actually, they did. And it's funny to you, but it's actually not funny to the rest of us. And that's why we take this really seriously.
I know that you take it seriously, and that's why I'm asking you a really simple question.
But I am serious as a heart. I am serious as a heartbeat.
Oh, I believe you. Oh, I believe that you're serious.
And we're not talking about a classroom. We're talking about people who are trying to kill and murder people and who've already done it. And who are trying to create a hostile environment on these campuses in order to do that. No, that's not a safe environment for immigrant students. That's not a safe environment for women or Muslim students or trans students. And so, yeah, we have a right to defend ourselves and real freedoms.
Let's go one last question, if I may. So if you're standing, I just want to know, like, the protocol for anti-fascist activists like yourself. You're standing on a street corner, someone starts saying something you don't like, and you think, boy, that's an act of hostility, that person's a fascist.
No, but you are misrepresenting the words that I've been saying. This isn't about not liking something. This isn't about Ben & Jerry's versus Stone Cold Pizza or something. This is about the lives of real people, immigrants who are under attack now, Muslims who are being massacred, women who are being raped.
How deep is your
So you're the one trivializing this, not me.
I'm not in any way trivializing. I ask you a sincere question. To what extent would you go to stop that person from spreading genocidal propaganda?
I would call for people to counter-protest, to stand up, and to shut down any attempts to fascistly recruit and organize.
Like, what if I want to keep talking? I'm saying something that you find appalling, but you know what? I've got a First Amendment right. I'm an American. What would you do? So a bunch of people come and say, stop that. I say, no, I'm not going to stop that. I'm an American. What are you going to do next?
You know, the First Amendment, you want to talk about the First Amendment? Coretta Scott King's letter wasn't allowed to be read on the floor of the Senate last week under the Constitution in the Senate.
That's not exactly what happened.
And yet, at the same time, you're the one then who's actually trying to defend someone like a fascist speaking and recruiting at a college campus.
All right, Yvette,
I'm proud to say that we all stood up and we shut him down.
Rights. All right, thanks for coming on and showing us what you believe. Up next, teachers at a Virginia high school are posting naked political propaganda all over the school. Administrators are doing nothing about it. Of course, we'll ask a student who actually goes there to tell us what he's experienced and what happened when he complained. Stay tuned.
Salonpas. We're the world leader in medicinal pain patches.
Our latest innovation, new Salonpas Lidocaine. Using hydrogel-based technology with the maximum strength lidocaine you can buy without a prescription. New Salonpas Lidocaine. Nothing is proven stronger or more effective against pain.
My insurance rates are probably going to double.
But, Dad, you've got...
Allstate. With accident forgiveness, they guarantee your rates won't go up just because of an accident.
Smart kid.
Indeed. It's good to be in good hands.
Did you know 90% of the world's largest supercomputers run on Intel? That means you can take a universe of data, in your case literally, and turn it into medical discoveries, diagnostic breakthroughs.
Proof that black holes collapse into one singularity.
I don't know what that is, but yes, innovation runs on supercomputers.
And supercomputers run on Intel.
Well, you are super smart.
And super busy.
Oh, UFO! Yo, false alarm eyelash.
Boost. It's about moving forward, not back. It's looking up, not down. It's feeling up, thinking up, living up. It's being in motion, in body, in spirit, in the now. Boost. It's not just nutrition, it's intelligent nutrition with 26 vitamins and minerals and 10 grams of protein, all in 3 delicious flavors. It's choosing to go in one direction, up. Boost. Be up for it.
As a control enthusiast, I'm all business when I travel. Even when I travel for leisure. So I go national, where I can choose any available upgrade in the aisle without starting any conversations or paying any upcharges. But what can I say? Control suits me. Go national. Go like a pro.
The security of our nation. The security of our citizens. We are at risk.
I could tell right away ZipRecruiter was going to make hiring a lot easier.
Go to ZipRecruiter.com and post to over 100 job boards with one click. Then easily select the best candidates from one list. Try it for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/Fox.
If you drive a personal car for work and don't track your business miles, you could be losing thousands of dollars, unless you have Mile IQ. It's the app that automatically detects and logs all of your business miles so you get a great deduction or reimbursement. Mile IQ provides comprehensive reporting that shows you how much you save with each drive. The average Mile IQ subscriber deducts $547 a month. That's more than $6,500 a year. So take control. Download it for free and join the millions of drivers who trust Mile IQ.
In a crisis, your number one need is food, but not just any food. Experts say everyone needs to have non-perishable, good for 25 years survival food on hand in case of an emergency. Well, right now, at what is truly an unprecedented move, 72-hour survival food kits are being given away to viewers while supplies last. Survival food is more important than ever before. Natural disasters, terrorist attacks, and other threats can make getting food impossible in an emergency. This 72-hour food kit has 16 servings of delicious food ready for 25 years of storage. It sells to the general public for $27 plus shipping, and it's rated 4.5 out of 5 stars by customers who paid full price. But viewers who act quickly can get it free. Just cover $9.95 in shipping. Supplies are limited. The program may end at any time.
Go to GetFreeFoodFox.com. That's GetFreeFoodFox.com. For your free kit, go to GetFreeFoodFox.com.
Well, a poster is appearing all over at Yorktown High School in Arlington, Virginia. The poster reads this: Patriots know facts are not political. Diversity strengthens us. Science is real. Women's rights are human rights. Justice is for all. We are all immigrants. Kindness is everything. We are Yorktown. Well, the signs are still up. Joining us now is John Piper. He's a senior at Yorktown High School. John, thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yorktown High School has in its bylaws essentially the pledge that students can expect an apolitical school environment. You saw this and recognized it for what it is, which is political propaganda. What did you do next?
I tried to contact the school. I told my parents. I said, this is it looks like political propaganda.
Yeah.
And we contacted the school. We emailed the principal. We ended up getting referred to some of the teachers. We emailed back and forth with the teachers. And then we went higher to the school board and talked with our local radio station, WMAL. And from there, they contacted the superintendent, and they said they were going to take the signs down. And then that was over a weekend period, and on Monday, the signs were still up, and we had gotten word that they had changed their minds, and they were keeping the signs up.
So the idea is, I guess what bothers me so much about this story and why I'm so impressed by your response to it is it's the sneakiest kind of propaganda. Propaganda passing itself off as sort of obvious observations, as if people don't believe science. Are people in your school arguing that science is not real?
No.
So this is an attack on conservatives over evolution. That's what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And climate change. And
exactly.
Yeah.
So when you said this is politics, they said, no, it's not?
They said that teachers responded that this was not political. This was policy. This was relevant and not apolitical, and it was ridiculous to me because it's obviously political. In such a heated political climate right now, this is very relevant.
So you took this to some local media, and at least one of them ran a headline saying conservative students at Yorktown are against diversity.
Yes. I know.
Was that the message you were bringing, or against diversity?
Of course not. Of course not. I mean, I support women and I support minorities, and I mean, it's ridiculous to say that I don't. And it's crazy that someone would even bring that notion up.
So they're just saying that your teacher's point is basically these things are true. There's no debate about them. It's not political. The right to keep and bear arms is in the Constitution. Obviously, it's the Second Amendment to the Bill of Rights. If you were to post that, you think, on the wall, how would that go over?
I mean, there's a serious double standard here at play. Yeah. Conservative values would not be accepted on the walls of the school, especially not in the way they're doing them. They would see through that easily because it's majority liberal. I mean, there's no way you would be able to put conservative things like that on the wall.
Right.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Quoting the Bill of Rights now being regarded as
the Constitution. I mean, you wouldn't be able to.
What's funny is you saw right through this, and you had the guts to confront them about it, and it didn't do any good, but it certainly says something good about you,
and
I think.
A lot of students saw through it, and wouldn't speak up. And I talked to our teenage Republican group, and they said they didn't want to comment because they didn't want to start anything. And I thought that was ridiculous. Come on, I mean, you've got to say something when you see something wrong like this.
Amen. Amen. John Piper, Yorktown High School. Remember the name. I'm going to vote for you for Senate someday. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Up next, Piers Morgan tried to point out that Trump's inauguration order is not exactly a Muslim ban. And for his efforts, he got the middle finger, both from comedian Jim Jeffries and from author J.K. Rowling. Piers Morgan joins us after the break.
There is no Muslim ban. If there was, sorry, why don't we? Okay.
Anticipating, touching, seeing, hearing, feeling, gripping, stirring, escaping. Everything you get from a sports car. For great XE offers, visit your Jaguar retailer during the Impeccable Timing sales event.
Come to Mattress Firm's President's Day sale and save up to $500 store-wide on all the best brands. Right now, get queen sets for as low as $179.99. Plus, for a limited time, save up to $500 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. And through Monday, get free delivery when you finance your new adjustable set with 0% APR for 72 months. Only during Mattress Firm's President's Day sale.
Hamburg, Sally, 22, putt.
Tiki Barber running a barber shop? Surprising.
Yes!
What's not surprising? How much money David saved by switching to Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Who's next?
Bakery-inspired cinnamon roll French toast is back at IHOP, along with our new red velvet French toast and sticky bun waffles. The only way it could get any more delicious is when it's from someone else's plate. Try it as a combo and eat up every moment.
I'm back. Get to the chopper. Hasta la vista, baby. Mobile Strike. Download and play now. Free from the App Store.
A new executive order inside the president's next move and impact on immigration and national security. Trey Gowdy has powerful insight on the first 100 days.
This President's Day, get to Nissan now and save on the lineup with intelligent safety features and America's best truck warranty. Take on the everyday with 6 2017 IIHS top safety picks. It's clear why we're America's fastest growing auto brand. Now get President's Day offers like 0% financing for up to 72 months on 11 models, or save up to $45.50 on select models.
There's nothing like a President's Day weekend road trip in a new Volkswagen. Except maybe a President's Day weekend road trip in a new Volkswagen after getting a $500 bonus. Right now, you can get a President's Day bonus on a new 2017 Jetta or Passat. Hurry in, and you can lease this 2017 Jetta S for just $169 a month, plus a $500 President's Day bonus.
Between the doctor's bills, my credit cards, and the mortgage rates, I can't pay my bills. I think I need to file bankruptcy, but I don't know who to call.
Now there's legal help for all of us. BidOnMyCase.com, the attorney website that delivers. BidOnMyCase.com. Just log on, complete a simple form, and within 24 hours, you'll receive bids from attorneys and law firms competing for your case. Get the best deal. Pick the best offer. Only at BidOnMyCase.com. Log on today. Be represented tomorrow.
Would you prefer a brick exterior or a vinyl siding exterior? Most TK homeowners prefer brick. Does brick or vinyl siding lower your energy costs every month by up to 8%? That's right, brick does. Is your house worth more with a brick exterior compared to vinyl? Yes, brick houses are worth 6% more on average. TK Constructors, Dayton's premier brick builder and the lowest brick prices.
And if you don't love your new TK home, I'll buy it back.
There is no Muslim ban. If there was, sorry, why don't we? Okay. This is the point. This is the talk about the hysteria. I'm talking about 85% of the world's Muslims are allowed into the country.
This is what you do, Pierce. You say, he hasn't done this, he hasn't done that, he's not going to do all these things. Give him a chance, mate. You know what I mean?
Why not?
Hitler didn't kill the Jews on the first day. He worked up to it.
Well, that was Piers Morgan debating President Trump's travel ban with Jim Jeffries, a comedian from Australia. It was all on Real Time with Bill Maher on HBO, but Piers was hardly done. After that, he got into a lengthy Twitter spat with Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling. Rowling tweeted this: the fact-free, amoral bigotry apologism of celebrity toady Piers Morgan is, of course, why it's so delicious to see him told to F off. Piers replied this way by calling Rowling's tweet, quote, peak foul-mouthed minor celebrity anti-Trump hysteria at its most deliciously supercilious. Rowling retorted this way: if you'd only read Harry Potter, you'd know the downside of sucking up to the biggest bully in the school is getting burned alive, and so on, for dozens of tweets. But when he isn't battling beloved children's authors on the internet, Piers Morgan is the U.S. editor-at-large for DailyMail.com. He joins us now from Tampa. Piers, that was when citizens of the British Commonwealth go to war with each other, the results are unbelievable. So what was the argument Jim Jeffries was making? F off. What does that mean exactly?
Well, look, it wasn't an argument, was it? He was just shutting me down by telling me to go forth and multiply. I mean, what was extraordinary was we just had a lengthy segment in the show, in Bill Maher's show, about the need for President Trump to be more factual, to always tell the truth, not to be erroneous with his facts and so on. And then we moved on to, I think Bill mentioned it first, the Muslim ban. And I said, well, hang on, it's not actually a Muslim ban. Now, I wrote a column for the Daily Mail when this executive order came out saying I didn't agree with it, I didn't think it was well executed, I thought it was wrong. However, you cannot call something a Muslim ban if 85% of the world's Muslims are allowed into America, even if it comes into effect. So it was just a factual statement. And it seemed to me very important to make that point and make it strongly, given we just had a big debate about facts. Anyway, Jim Jeffries didn't like this, and off he went, you know, effing and blinding and trying to shut me down. He didn't really have any argument to put to me. And then he used the Hitler analogy, and, you know, Hitler started, you know, didn't kill the Jews all on day one. I mean, to me, I'm sorry, but I just find this Hitler stuff with Donald Trump unbelievably offensive for two reasons. One, you know, Adolf Hitler killed 12 million people, including his systematic extermination of 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. This is not something we should be trivially throwing around about other people unless they have done similar acts. Donald Trump, to my knowledge, has not murdered anybody. All right, so this analogy of him being the new Hitler I find incredibly offensive. I also think it diminishes the scale and importance and horror of what Hitler did. So I think that should just be shut down. But, of course, you try and say this, and if you're not prepared now in the liberal world to say that he's the new Hitler, and you're not prepared to say every Muslim is banned from the country, you yourself then become the devil. And that's what happened to me.
Right, you're complicit in these crimes. So to J.K. Rowling, I'm interested. I want the overview here for a sec. Like a lot of people, especially of her station, affluent, well-known celebrities, she's really upset. Like more upset than I've ever seen a class of people ever be upset. What is that about? Why are people, you'd think would be in a pretty good mood because they're insulated from every economic variation you can imagine. Why are they so mad right now?
Well, she's a serial loser. I mean, the more that J.K. Rowling has screamed at people to vote in a certain way, the more her people have lost. So let's go through the checklist of glorious failure. She backed Ed Miliband in the last UK election. He got thumped by David Cameron. She then moved on to back the Remain campaign to stay in Europe, and obviously we Brexited, so she lost that as well. She then threw her substantial political influence behind Hillary Clinton, shouting down anybody that disagreed with her. And of course, Hillary got a drubbing as well from a guy who was a non-politician. So if you're J.K. Rowling, you're 3 for 3. You are the worst celebrity political pundit on the entire planet. So look, I understand her pain. But she is, I think, Tucker, synonymous with this sort of absurdly arrogant, supercilious kind of view of so many celebrities now on the left. And I'm, as you know, I'm more liberal than I am right, but I cannot stand this anti-Trump hysteria which is now infesting every part of the political debate. Donald Trump's been president for less than 1 month. He has not been remotely monstrous, not by any standards of a dictator. Let's all just take as I said on Mar, a gigantic chill pill, and let's just see how he plays out. I happen to be quite encouraged as somebody who probably wouldn't naturally have voted for Donald Trump myself, but I've watched his interaction with Japan and with China and with Canada today, with my own country, the UK. He looks to me to be somebody easing into the position of president and actually being quite pragmatic and pretty sensible. So why don't we all just stop marching every time he tweets, stop screaming every time he says anything, and just calm down.
I think that's great advice. Or if you're J.K. Rowling, just go to your wine cellar for a month or two. Calm down.
Just go and write about Hogwarts, wizards, whatever they are. I've never read a word of Harry Potter. Just go and immerse yourself in the world of muggles or whatever they are and shut up. Because, if a celebrity wants to talk about a cause, say you're Leo DiCaprio and you want to talk about climate change in a sensible, intelligent way, that's great. DiCaprio, after Trump won, the first thing he did, he went with Al Gore to see the new president to talk to him about climate change. That is a smart way for a celebrity to use his status. But to be somebody famous and just assume your view somehow is more important than everybody else's. And if somebody doesn't agree with that view, you must scream them down like they're the devil. I think it's pathetic.
I love when Brits like. Piers Morgan, thank you for that.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Coming up next, the Oroville Dam is on the brink of failure in California. We'll ask why this happened. They knew it was coming. How to get this far? Stay tuned.
We've done well in life. With help from our advisor, we made it through many market swings. Sure, we could travel, take it easy, but we've never been the type to just sit back. Not when we've got so much more to give. When you have the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise.
This is the Silverado Special Edition.
This is one gorgeous truck.
Oh, did I say there was only one Special Edition? Because actually there's 5.
Nice. Strength and style.
Which one's your favorite?
Come on with me.
It's Truck Month. Find your tag for an average total value over $11,000 on Chevy Silverado All-Star Editions when you finance through GM Financial. Find new roads at your local Chevy dealer.
I want to take a minute to share an intriguing op-ed on immigration. Quote, the United States may or may not need more immigrants. This is a subject of much disagreement. But we surely don't need more poor and unskilled workers, and Mexican immigrants fall largely into this category. End quote. Here's another quote. Many Mexican immigrants have little to desire to join the American mainstream precisely because their overriding motive for coming was economic and their homeland is so close. Their primary affection remains with Mexico. Here's another. The U.S. cannot act as a sponge for Mexico's poor. Finally, It's equally understandable that most Americans wish to preserve the nation's immigrant heritage, not simply to become a collection of peoples from various places who happen to work here and whose main allegiance is elsewhere. Who said that exactly? Donald Trump? Steve Bannon? A sinister hate website on the alt-right? Nope. Robert Samuelson in the Washington Post 17 years ago. Think the Post would run that now? We'll report, and you can decide. We'll be right back.
Aw, thanks for loading, sweet. Oop, baked on Alfredo? Gotta rinse that. Nope. No way. Nada. Really?
Dish issues? Throw it all in. Cascade Platinum powers through your toughest stuck-on food.
Nice.
Cascade.
Looking for a home service pro you know you can trust? For over 15 years, homeowners have trusted HomeAdvisor to find only the best home pros and do a thorough background check. So start every job at HomeAdvisor.
Look, here's what's wrong with your workout. You're not doing it. Why? Because you don't have time. So we invented this, the Bowflex Max Trainer, the breakthrough 14-minute total body workout that combines the low-impact motion of an elliptical with the calorie-burning power of a stepper.
Max Trainer is a great full-body workout. It got me shredded in my arms, legs, my abs, kicks my butt. So I lost 21 pounds in 10 weeks. Everybody was blown away. 14 minutes is all it takes.
Max sets targets to guide you through a smarter workout. Short bursts of effort followed by longer periods of rest. So in just 14 minutes, you burn more calories in less time.
The programming tells you exactly what to do and how hard to work. It was incredible. I lost over 8% body fat in 10 weeks. It's the best feeling in the world.
To learn about special financing for 18 months and how to save over $250 off Max, call or go to ordermaxtrainer.com. That's ordermaxtrainer.com.
A good enough dinner
Hey, could I heat up some nuggets for you?
isn't good or enough.
It's a plated night.
Yes.
So let's plan for great. We'll start with Plated.com. Plated delivers everything you need to cook great dinners at home. Whether you're a food-loving family or an adventurous duo, all the shopping and measuring is done for you. So all you do is follow the simple step-by-step recipes. Each week, you get to choose from fresh takes on classic dishes to culinary creations you never dreamed you could make, including dessert. So gather around the table and enjoy seasonally inspired dinners. It's fun. It's easy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be great. Go to Plated.com now and plan on getting your free Plated night. Our gift just for trying Plated. Plated nights will be your greatest nights. Plan on a free Plated night at Plated.com. Don't settle for good. Plan for great.
How many hotels does Trivago compare? 1,000? 30,000? 200,000? 900,000! Trivago now compares prices for more than 1 million hotels. To find your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
What do you get when you combine an H&R Block Tax Pro with the deduction-finding superpower of IBM Watson? You get more money. That's what you get. H&R Block with Watson. Get your taxes won.
Thousands of people are fleeing their homes in California tonight thanks to fear that the Oroville Dam could fail at any minute. The problem is the dam's spillway, which is rapidly eroding thanks to overflow from the lake above it, Lake Oroville. If it does fail, a 30-foot wall of water could hit and obliterate multiple cities. We'll keep you updated on the situation there. Of course, it's worth asking at some point how the situation got this bad, because 10 years ago, environmental groups warned about the dam's deficiencies. 4 years of drought dropped the lake to a fourth its normal volume, which could have made repairs pretty easy. But officials in California said the repairs weren't worth the expense. Perhaps setting aside billions for high-speed rail wasn't the smartest move. That's it for us tonight. Hannity up next. Have a great night.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Kelly Wright in New York. A major shakeup within the Trump administration. National Security Advisor Michael Flynn resigning late Monday night. It follows reports that he had misled Vice President Mike Pence and other officials about his contacts with Russia. His departure upends Trump's senior team after less than 1 month in office. In a resignation letter, Flynn said he held numerous calls with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. during the transition, then gave incomplete information about those discussions to Vice President Mike Pence. The vice president, apparently relying on information from Flynn, initially said the national security advisor had not discussed sanctions with the Russian envoy. Flynn later admitted the issue may have come up. Earlier Monday, Kellyanne Conway, senior White House advisor, said Flynn, quote, has the full confidence of President Trump, while White House press secretary Sean Spicer told reporters the president was monitoring the situation and was speaking to the vice president and others on his team about Flynn's future. Following Flynn's resignation, President Trump named retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg as the acting national security advisor. Kellogg, who advised Mr. Trump during the campaign, was previously appointed the National Security Council Chief of Staff to permanently fill Flynn's national security advisor position. We're told President Trump is also considering former CIA Director David Petraeus and Vice Admiral Robert Harward, a U.S. Navy SEAL. Last month, the Justice Department warned the Trump administration that Flynn could be in a compromised position due to the conversations. The conversations were picked up by U.S. intelligence as part of routine monitoring of foreign officials' communications in the U.S. If Flynn indeed offered assurances about the incoming administration's new approach, it could have been a breach of diplomatic protocol. It could also have been in violation of the Logan Act, a law aimed at keeping citizens from conducting diplomacy. This has been a Fox News alert on the resignation of National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Now, back to Hannity, already in progress.
In Texas, video on social media showing a man being detained by an ICE agent in front of a fast food restaurant sends a chilling message.
Now, while fear-mongering, the media also forgot to mention that these raids are routine and in many cases have been planned for a long time. On top of that, the media is now actively working to help and protect illegal alien lawbreakers. USA Today has put out an article with the headline, quote, "What to do if immigration officers come knocking at your door." Really? Well, can you imagine if the tables were turned and a conservative outlet had encouraged lawbreaking? Not to mention the massive double standards that is playing out here. Now, President Trump made it very clear he's going to deport criminal illegal immigrants, and it was one of his key campaign promises. Now, that's not stopping the left and the press from relentlessly attacking the president. So I want to take a moment and remind these extremely biased Trump haters and critics that are so lazy that it was Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. They said the exact same thing as Donald Trump. Don't believe me? Take a look yourself.
It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
We all agree on the need to better secure the border and to punish employers who choose to hire illegal immigrants. We are a generous and welcoming people here in the United States, but those who enter the country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law, and they are showing disregard for those who are following the law.
Today, our immigration system is broken, and everybody knows it. Even as we are a nation of immigrants, we're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable. If you're a criminal, you'll be deported.
So where was the outrage over those statements? Now, this exposes the rampant hypocrisy from the alt-radical left, and it proves that they'll attack Donald Trump, President Trump, on anything to try and score cheap political points. Now, President Trump, just like many of his predecessors, he wants to keep Americans safe. That's the bottom line here. The left wants to play the race card, while the president wants to stop the drugs from pouring across the border. Now, let's look at some of the statistics here. According to a 2015 report from the Migration Policy Institute, an estimated 820,000 of the projected or estimated 11 million illegal immigrants living in America, they're convicted criminals. And in fiscal year 2015, 36.6% of the over 70,000 federal sentences were for crimes committed by illegal aliens. And as we have shown you, I've personally been down to the border at least a dozen times, horseback, in boats, flying in helicopters, all-terrain vehicles. I've seen up close drug warehouses, floor to ceiling, packed with drugs that were headed right for your children. I've seen illegal immigrants being arrested, including one gang member. And 2 weeks ago, we sent a Hannity producer to the border, and he caught on video agents seizing 400 pounds of drugs that were headed to your communities. And back in 2014, this was really important and eye-opening. I sat through a briefing with former Texas Governor Rick Perry, where we were told a shocking statistics about illegal immigrant crime just in the state of Texas. Watch this.
Criminal aliens have been responsible for about 642,000 offenses, criminal offenses.
642,000 crimes in 7 years have an orchestra that we have brave men and women that are literally using military tactics to fight what they consider to be cartels. That is a huge story.
I trust the people, the professionals that work on this border every day. They put their lives on the line.
This is beyond a serious problem. It is impacting every single American. And the American people, you know what? Your families, your friends, your communities are being hurt, and you're paying a lot of money because of illegal immigrants, crimes, and drugs that are coming across the border. It's very simple. President Trump says he wants to stop this from happening. But again, many on the alt-radical left are doing everything they can do to prevent it from happening, and is putting American lives in danger. Here now to debate the issue, Univision News anchor, Fusion host Jorge Ramos. Hey, Jorge, are you at all concerned about Americans that have been killed by illegal immigrants? Are you at all concerned about the drugs that have come into this country? Are you all concerned about the money Americans have to pay for illegal immigrants as it relates to our educational system, our healthcare system, our criminal justice system? Because you say you don't recognize the country. Well, I think America is a country of law. Do any of these things impress you at all or bother you at all, or you have any concern for your fellow American citizen?
Absolutely, absolutely. And no one here, Sean, and this is very important, no one here, including me, is defending criminals in this country. No one here is defending terrorists or rapists. No one is doing that. But the way you are presenting this issue is absolutely wrong, completely biased, because you are presenting... Just let me say
excuse me, Jorge, with all due respect,
you are presenting...
I'm not going to let you challenge my facts.
I'm willing to debate with you, Sean, but just let me give you my argument.
But
let me give you my argument, and then we'll
give me all the arguments you want. Let's stick to the facts.
Okay, all right. This is the reality. The vast majority of immigrants in this country, the vast majority, Sean, are not criminals, are not terrorists, and are not rapists. Check the report by the American Immigration Council. Immigrants are less likely to be criminals than those born in the United States. Immigrants are less likely to be behind bars than U.S. citizens.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, I mean, those are the facts. Let me give you
the 70,000 people that went to a federal prison. That's just not true.
So it is what you are presenting is as if most immigrants in this country are criminals. Yes, I agree. Undocumented immigrants they committed a crime by coming to the United States, but that doesn't mean that they are killing Americans.
Excuse me.
That doesn't mean that they are rapists. Let me give you. Now is my chance, Sean. Let me give you another number, which is true. Since 1990, and I think we can agree with this, the number of the undocumented population grew from 3.5 to about 11 million. I think we can agree with that, right?
I don't think anybody knows the true number, but that's the number many people use.
We all are working with 11 million, and I believe in that, even though you might not agree with that. But we agree that it went from 3.5 to 11 million. Okay. According to the FBI, in that same period, violent crimes in this country, violent crimes decreased by 48%. So that's the FBI. So what do you want me to say? Those are the facts, Sean. And even though you might want to present undocumented immigrants as criminals, that's not the case. You've been following this case, right? Guadalupe Garcia.
In the fiscal, hang on, now
she's been here.
Now it's my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
And then let me talk about
2015,
Guadalupe Garcia, because she's just the mom who got deported. But go ahead.
Look, in the fiscal year 2015, 36.6% of the over 70,000 federal sentences were for crimes committed by illegal immigrants. I just played for you. I sat in a security briefing over a 7-year period of time. Texans alone, 642,000 crimes including, not the majority, including rape, sexual assault, murders of people in Texas.
And I'm not defending that. I'm not defending that.
Okay, well, 642,000 in one state in 7 years is unforgivable.
I don't agree with that.
Wait a minute. It's unforgivable, and we ought not risk American lives. 642,000. I want you to listen to this woman, and it's an angel mom. I did a whole town hall with mothers who had their children murdered by illegal immigrants. Listen to this mother.
Let's listen.
My son was an integral part of a community, and his life was cut short by a repeat criminal, and the loss has been felt for years.
My son was murdered April 27, 2002. When I found out this guy was here illegally and had crossed the border, I was outraged. This should not be happening. Our children should be protected. Our citizens should be protected. Us Americans should come first.
Here's my question. Donald Trump wants to get rid of criminal aliens. He said he will show more compassion for those people that have been law-abiding.
He hasn't shown more compassion so far.
Excuse me. Yes, he has. Now, he has not been. It has not been. No, what you're describing is not true. But I'm asking, do you agree with me? Should every criminal illegal immigrant be thrown out of this country? Every one.
If they committed a crime,
Any
a
crime.
real crime, absolutely, absolutely.
Good.
Well, the problem is, how do you find a crime?
Okay.
For instance, if you use
How
a
about
social
driving
security
drunk,
number, a fake
on our
driver's
streets?
license, would that be
Using
considered
drugs?
a crime?
You know what bothers me? How many times have you been down to the border where all the crime is? Have you ever been to a drug
let me tell
warehouse?
you, I've been in this country for 33 years, and
Have you
I've
ever
been
been to a drug warehouse down in
dozens or
Mexico?
hundreds of times. I have been there. I have been there.
You've been to the drug
The
warehouses.
but the problem, Sean, is that you're criminalizing the whole population.
I
and
am
it's
not
true.
criminalizing the whole
Now is my
population.
turn. Now is
I gave you
my
a
turn to talk about
what you said is not true.
Guadalupe Garcia.
642,000 Texans. 642,000.
I just gave you the numbers. Thanks to immigrants, crime is going down in this country. I'm not defending those who have killed people. I'm not defending those who have committed rape. I cannot even I can't even imagine the pain that the mothers that you shown are feeling right now because of the loss of their family members. I honestly,
and there's many more. Many more.
Incredible, but the vast majority, Sean, and this is very important for the
Not
American
one
people to
American
know.
should die,
The vast
Jorge.
majority,
Not one.
the vast majority of undocumented immigrants in this country are not criminals, are not terrorists, are not gang members. Now it's my turn.
Go ahead.
Guadalupe Garcia. She's been in this country for 22 years. Look what Donald Trump did. This is what Donald Trump did.
Okay. These
kids.
She here
Jacqueline,
illegally?
14, legally.
Why
born in
didn't
the
she?
United
Why
States.
didn't she? Here's my question back to you.
A U.S. citizen. So this is exactly what Donald Trump, the deportation czar, has been doing, dividing, destroying American families.
Let me ask you this, because that's not the norm either. But let me ask you this, because why should
it's been the norm lately,
the American taxpayer pays trillions of dollars for illegal immigrants that didn't respect our laws and sovereignty to send their kids to school. We've spent trillions of dollars over the years as it relates to the criminal justice system and our health care system. Now, you say this isn't the America I know. Well, what America do you know? That where people break the law and that people don't respect the American sovereignty, that Americans have to be, some of them, lose their children just because you define compassion as open borders and you're willing to risk, and you're willing to risk the lives of Americans to allow this insanity to continue? Don't you agree we need a wall with a door?
I don't agree that we need a wall, because almost 40% of all immigrants, it doesn't matter how big or how tall you want the wall.
What's wrong with that?
About 40% of all undocumented immigrants come by plane or with a visa.
Why should Americans pay for Mexicans
so what do you want to spend $21 billion for a wall that isn't going to work? It's a waste of time and money.
Why should Americans have to pay for the education of citizens of Mexico, for their education, their health care, and if they break laws, sending them to jail? Why do we have to pay trillions of dollars?
That's a good point.
Do you care about the Americans?
Let me give you the other argument. Let me give you the other argument. Of course, especially cities and states, they're spending billions of dollars on immigrants. I agree with that. Now, we have to say the other
Who's going to pay us back?
Yeah. Okay, they are already paying that, because undocumented immigrants, they pay taxes, they create jobs, they do the jobs that nobody else wants to do. Remember the immigration proposal in 2013? remember the immigration proposal in 2013?
I tell you what, hold
the
that
Congressional
thought.
Budget
I'll
Office.
give it to you when we get back.
Budget Office.
We'll pick it
They
up
said
right there.
that.
Stay right there. We have one more segment. Well, more with our debate with on illegal immigration with Jorge Ramos. Then reaction tonight from Laura Ingraham, and she'll weigh in on President Donald Trump's plans for extreme vetting. And then later, Tommy Lahren, Jessica Tarloff, they go head-to-head over the relentless, unrelenting attacks by the left against the president's 10-year-old son and grandchildren. We'll show you the disturbing examples and more as Hannity continues.
The security of our nation, the security of our citizens. We are at risk.
This program is brought to you by Indeed, the world's #1 job site.
Golden Corral's Weekend Fresh Fire Grill continues to thrill with new sizzling seared scallops, salmon lemonada, new savory lemon rosemary sirloin, premium butterfly shrimp, and more. Dinner's just $13.99, only at Golden Corral.
The best ideas come from solving common problems. My problem, like a lot of other men, I couldn't find a shirt that looked good untucked. So this became my passion, to design a shirt that captures the perfect balance between length and fit. Easy to say, not that easy to do. But with some innovative design changes, we did it. Our problem, my solution. Untuckit.com.
Pain does not care about your plans. Arthritis doesn't care about your garden or your motorcycle ride. Pain doesn't care how young you feel right now. Don't let pain stop you from living your life. Use Australian Dream for arthritis. It's not greasy, there's no odor, and only Australian Dream has the money-back empty jar guarantee. So don't let arthritis slow you down. Get Australian Dream.
This is my retirement. Retiring retired tires, and I never get tired of it. Are you entirely prepared to retire? Plan your never-tiring, retired tires retirement with E-Trade.
I'm Invests, and as a vested investor invests, I invest with E-Trade, where investors can investigate and invest. Invests. Or not invests.
Sign up at etrade.com and get up to $600.
Anticipating. Touching. Seeing. Hearing. Feeling. Gripping. Stirring. Escaping. Everything you get from a sports car.
For great XE offers, visit your Jaguar retailer during the Impeccable Timing sales event.
This program is brought to you by the Jaguar Innovation Lab. Plan your escape.
It's a new day, a fresh start. Because Time Warner Cable is now Spectrum. Redefining what a cable company can be. With promises to make and promises to keep. And over 90,000 employees working hard every day to earn your business. Welcome to America's fastest growing TV, internet, and voice provider. Welcome to Spectrum.
Discover how comfortable life can be in a stressless, and take comfort to the next level with a very special offer. Pay for fabric and receive leather. Pay for leather, receive a smoother, softer grade of leather. Or save $300 on select stressless Sunrise recliners. Get more luxury and pay much less. The most comfortable seating in the world is now more comfortable than ever at the stressless dealer nearest you.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Kelly Wright in New York. A major shakeup in Washington within the Trump administration. The president's national security advisor handing in his letter of resignation late Monday. His resignation comes amid growing speculation his job was in jeopardy over conversations he had with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. Earlier, it was revealed he had misled Vice President Mike Pence about those conversations when he claimed Russian sanctions were not discussed. Following Flynn's resignation, President Trump named retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg as the acting national security advisor. Kellogg, who advised Mr. Trump during the campaign, was previously appointed the National Security Council Chief of Staff. Flynn's resignation comes as the Trump administration faces several security challenges, including North Korea's latest missile launch. That's a look at news. I'm Kelly Wright. Now, back to Hannity.
And welcome back to Hannity as we continue our debate tonight with Jorge Ramos of Univision. I want to ask you about extreme vetting. Okay, we know that we have an enemy. It's called radical Islam. I'll put up on the screen what is the law, and that is whenever a president finds the entry of any alien or any class of aliens into the United States would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, he may, by proclamation, and for such period as he deems necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose on the entry of aliens any restriction he may deem appropriate. So we have these 7 countries, and there are others, I would say the list needs to be bigger, that have ties to terror. And what he's saying is we are going to probably inconvenience people to make sure that they are not the people that James Comey and the CIA director and assistant FBI director and the National Director of Intelligence and former Special Envoy to defeat ISIS all told the country ISIS will infiltrate the refugee population. Do you support extreme vetting to protect Americans and not gamble with their lives?
What I can't understand is that the same country that gave me all the opportunities that my country of origin couldn't give me now is treating other immigrants in these discriminatory ways simply because they were born in another country. I mean, 16 attorney generals don't agree with you.
Even though we know they have a connection to terror.
Albright don't agree with you. So you might think that you are right, Sean, but many people think that what Donald Trump is doing is really undermining the national security of the United States. That's your point of view, Sean.
Wait, hang on a second.
But that's not the reality.
Here's the reality. This is a truth. Radical Islamists are at war with America. Need I remind you of Chattanooga, Fort Hood, the Boston bombing, San Bernardino, the Orlando Pulse nightclub, all that has happened. Let me finish. And I remind you of all these things, and these countries have contacts to terror. So you're willing to make this choice. Instead of the inconvenience of people from countries we know have ties to terror, because Obama told us that you are willing to gamble with the lives of Americans and not vet them. That, to me, do you really care about your fellow Americans at all? Do you care about their safety?
My kids were born here, Sean. Paola and Nicolas, they were born here.
Do you
and
care
I'm glad
about
that you
Americans?
mentioned I'm glad that you mentioned the Boston bombing. I'm glad that you mentioned San Bernardino. I'm glad that you mentioned 9/11. Because guess what? None of the terrorists involved in those acts, none of them are part of the 7 countries that Donald Trump is trying to ban.
Excuse me. We now know and have identified.
They're not from those countries.
We now have identified 72 people convicted from the 7 countries since 9/11. So you're willing to gamble with the lives of Americans rather than inconvenience people that come from countries that have ties with terrorism.
It is the Constitution, Sean. It is simply the Constitution, and all depends what kind of country we want to be.
They're not citizens, Jorge. They're not citizens.
If Donald Trump is so right, then how come 4 judges so far have decided that he's...
Because they went judge shopping to the #1 judicial
that's how you want to see it, but I respect the judges in this country. That's how you see it, but I really respect the countries in this country.
The Ninth Circuit is, by the way, overturned about 80% of the time.
That's why I came to this country, because of balance of power. I came to this country fleeing censorship. That's why I love this country, because you have balance of power.
Why are you willing to side with a little inconvenience, not from citizens, but people that want to visit our great nation? They're going to be inconvenienced, yes. But why are you willing?
Because I believe in immigrants. I'm an immigrant. I believe that other immigrants like me are not criminals or terrorists.
Why are you willing to gamble with the lives of Americans? Why? That to me is reckless and irresponsible.
I believe in this country. I believe in the laws of this country. I believe in the freedoms of this country. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal, even if we're immigrants. And I want to let you know that immigrants, we are not criminals and terrorists, and this is our country, your country and my country,
some are.
Our country.
3,000
and even though you might
people
want
died
to
on 9/11.
criminalize the immigrant population, we're not as you want to portray us. We're not like that.
642,000 crimes in 7 years. I sat through a security
I don't agree
briefing.
with that number. I don't agree with that number.
I played it at the beginning of the first segment.
Yeah, but I don't agree. Just because you are saying that, Sean,
okay, so
honestly,
the police
that
were
doesn't
lying
mean
to
that
me. The
it's true.
people on the front lines were lying to me? Is that what you're saying?
So the American Immigration Council is lying, and the FBI
Hey, you
is
just heard
lying
from
that
two mothers
the crime
that
has
lost their
decreased
kids.
because of immigrants?
2 mothers lost their kids. Why do we risk their
I
kids'
understand that.
lives
I understand
because you
that.
want open borders? And you're unwilling to
because I
ask
think
people
background
to
checks
come here
is better
legally.
than Kate law.
You
I
should
think
respect the law, Jorge. You don't respect the law. You don't respect American law, or do you care? You seem to care enough
Sean,
about the American people.
It's a debate. I understand it's a debate, but I do respect the law, and I think background checks is much better than Kate
illegal
laws.
immigration and respect the law. That's beyond a joke. That's just not reality.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Sean. And before we finish, even though we don't agree on anything, I really appreciate the fact that we can have this conversation because we need this conversation to change the things the way they are.
You know what? I want people to come here. My grandparents all were immigrants. I'm just asking people.
I came legally. I came legally to this country
Follow
your
the
family.
law. Do it legally. Let us check you out, and then you can become a part of our family.
And they are here because there are thousands of American companies who hire them.
And they were checked out.
Millions of Americans who benefit from their work. Your audience and you and me, we all benefit from the work.
Right,
the house where you live was built by immigrants, and the lunch that you had was harvested by immigrants.
Jorge, thank you. When we come back, Laura Ingraham here with reaction to our interview with Jorge Ramos, and later tonight.
We cannot let the wrong people in, and I will not allow that to happen during this administration. And people, the citizens of our country, want that.
President Trump standing by his plans for extreme vetting. We'll get Laura Ingraham to react. And later tonight, Tommy Lahren, Jessica Tarlov, they go head-to-head over the left viciously attacking members of the president's own family, including young children. That's straight ahead.
Life looks great with Tampax Pearl. You get ultimate protection on your heaviest days and smooth removal for your lightest. Tampax Pearl. Power over periods.
Looking for a sign? At Vistaprint, we've got all kinds. The banners, posters, magnets, and more kind. The easy-to-design kind. And the help when you need it kind. The easy-to-display kind, and the absolutely guaranteed kind. So what is your business waiting for? Right now, one banner starts at just $11.99 when you enter the code BANNER at Vistaprint.com. Because your kind of sign is at Vistaprint.
Meeting people is my life. I had to be careful how wide I would open my mouth because I was embarrassed to show my teeth. It was time to do something for myself that was going to be permanent.
The Clear Choice one-day approach is making dental implants a reality for people all over the country who suffer from missing or failing teeth.
I felt like I was the most important person on earth to them.
Bill came in, bad teeth, discomfort, pain. We needed to get him into a smile that he felt confident in. We have expertise that he might not find anywhere else, all in one location.
The next day, I had a new smile. Couldn't wait to show some folks. It's amazing what a smile can do for a person.
Discover why this is so much more than another dental procedure. It's a true life changer. With over 30,000 new smiles and counting, we're lifting spirits and confidence all over America. Schedule your free consultation today. We'll even talk about financing options.
I'm eating corn on the cob. I had the best smile I'd ever had in my life.
Call Clear Choice today.
Do you worry about your mom or dad living alone? I know I did. Hi, I'm Joan London, and there's a free service you need to know about. It's called A Place for Mom. They're the nation's largest senior living referral service, and they can help you find the right senior care fast.
Mom and Dad, we found this place. It's great. You can afford it. You're going to love it. Let's go look at it.
A Place for Mom offers free one-on-one advice from local advisors and a personalized list of senior living communities you can visit. So far, over 200,000 families have used A Place for Mom to help find the right senior care for their moms or dads. Believe me, I know. I've been there. Finding senior care for a parent can be difficult. But now, There's a place for answers, a place for mom.
If you're struggling to find reliable senior living information for your mom or dad, then call now or go online to get all the free help you need. Call 1-800-222-9318, 1-800-222-9318.
As soon as I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, I felt bad.
When I hear it now, I know that I was snoring, but I didn't know that it was that bad.
Would you like to put a stop to the snoring? Then you want Pure Sleep, the doctor-recommended #1 snoring solution in the world. When the throat relaxes during sleep, air is forced through the narrowed airway, causing vibration and snoring. Pure Sleep gently holds the jaw forward, opening the airway to stop the snoring. Here you can see the constricted airway. Now look at how Pure Sleep opens that airway to stop the snoring. Try it for 30 days before you buy it. All you do is cover the shipping and handling.
The first night he stopped snoring. The second night it worked, and the third night, and the fourth night, and I was about in tears because it worked. Yeah, we definitely need a Pure Sleep.
Visit 56puresleep.com. That's 56puresleep.com. Or call 1-800-205-8563.
Trying to do too many things at the same time just doesn't work very well. That's why Trivago focuses on comparing hotels and works very hard at finding your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
Welcome back to Hannity, and joining me now with reaction to my interview with Jorge Ramos, editor-in-chief of LifeZette, Fox News contributor, Rockin' and Rollin' radio talk show host, Laura Ingraham. How are you?
Hey, Sean, good to see you.
Why is this? I don't even understand, and I know I have a pretty good ability to understand other people's arguments. I don't recognize this country. Well, I didn't recognize it being in a hole where a tunnel was built from Mexico to San Diego, or the drugs that in the drug warehouse where I saw all of these drugs from floor to ceiling, or the gang member when I was out on patrol with these guys that was arrested. I don't think that's our America either, do you?
No, and I also don't understand the America that allows 180,000 illegal immigrants who've been convicted of a crime loose on the streets. I mean, we have almost 200,000 people who have been convicted of a crime beyond just being in the country illegally, who have not been apprehended or removed from the country. Now, people like Ramos will say, well, some of them are from countries that won't take them back. Well, don't you think the United States has a lot of leverage? If there are certain countries that refuse to take their criminal population back, there's a lot we could do to change that dynamic. And you just need a president who has the will to follow through on what is fair and what is practical, which is, this is your country's, the citizens from your country. We've jailed them for a period of time, if they're felons especially. Now they've finished their sentence, they need to go home. Or we found them after they've been accused of multiple felonies. We're going to deal with them, and then ultimately they're going to have to go home. But apparently we're just supposed to be housing the world's criminal population as long as they came here illegally first. It's craziness.
Yeah, I think it's craziness. And, you know, is it not America to say come in legally? And if you're going to respect our sovereignty and American law, the argument to me just falls on deaf ears for me. And similarly, it's the same thing with the whole refugee vetting issue. Okay, we might inconvenience some people from 7 countries that have ties to terror or terror training, but we're not going to gamble with the lives of the American people. What other country, can you think of any, that allows anybody to come in? You can walk across the border, you can stay there. When I go to Great Britain, when I've been to Israel, they vet me.
Fun. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, they took Sean, I went over to do my radio show once in Israel,
yeah.
And my producer AJ and I were actually in hysterics. We almost didn't make our flight going back, but they took apart our microphone, you know, our radio mic and our remote mic. They took apart every aspect of our equipment to make sure there was nothing in it as we were boarding. It was actually really comforting. It was really inconvenient, but who cares? I mean, they're doing their job as you enter that country. Turkey does a pretty good job as well. You go into Istanbul airport, you walk through, there's a lot of common sense personality profiling. And I think it does make sense. But back to Ramos. I mean, Ramos is very impassioned, and he fights for what he believes in. I get that. I do understand that. And there's always going to be a lot of friction on the issue.
He's fighting for the very things that Mexico would never allow. Because we know if you're from Central America and you walk into Mexico, you're either going to jail or you're going home, and there's no discussion.
Yeah, and I think that what he has to understand is that ultimately this isn't going to hold. I mean, you can have the marches and you can shut down government business and you can have really colorful signage and so forth. But ultimately, if the middle class in America is not able to make a living based on the fair wages that are going to be paid on a real market-based system, not a phony system where we have a constant flow of illegals across the border to lower wages, that system ultimately will not hold. And Donald Trump is the vessel for a lot of the frustration on that issue right now, and he responded to that in the campaign. But it's not good for middle-class Latinos who are working hard, who came here legally. It's not good for middle-class or low-income white people or people from Europe who are struggling. So there has to be a level of fairness that applies to all people legally in the United States. And if you are here illegally, you can't boo-hoo about how you're going to be separating families. I mean, it's just not fair to everybody else who's trying to make ends meet in the end.
All right. We're going to take a break. We'll continue more with Laura right after this break and coming up next tonight.
We cannot let the wrong people in, and I will not allow that to happen during this administration. And people, the citizens of our country, want that.
The president standing by his plan for extreme vetting to keep you, the American people, safe. Laura weighs in on that, and also the left continues to show they're more than willing to go after the president's family, even his grandchildren and his 10-year-old child. Look at Ivanka's clothing line. That was just the beginning. So we'll have the very latest on all of that. Tommy Lahren, Jessica Tarlow will have a passionate debate straight ahead.
Dear Predictable, there's no other way to say this. It's over. I found a permanent escape from monotony. Together we are perfectly balanced. Our senses awake. Our hearts racing as one. I know this is sudden, but they say if you love something, set it free. See you around, Julia.
Here's to the heroes, America's small business owners. And here's to the heroes behind the heroes, who use their expertise to keep those businesses covered. And here's to the heroes behind the heroes behind the heroes, who brought us delicious heroes. Actually, the hero owns Vero's heroes, so he should have been with those first heroes. That's better. So to recap, small business owners are heroes, and our heroes help heroes be heroes when they're not eating heroes delivered by, you know what I mean.
There's nothing more important to me than my vacation. So when I need to book a hotel room, I want someone that makes it easy to find what I want.
Hello.
Booking.com gets it. They offer free cancellation in case I decide to go from kid-friendly to kid-free. Now I can start relaxing even before the vacation begins.
Your vacation is very important. That's why Booking.com makes finding the right hotel for the right price easy. Visit Booking.com now to find out why we're Booking.yeah.
Do you toss and turn all night? Can't sleep because your spouse is snoring or wake up with neck pain or a headache? If you're not getting the sleep you need, now you can with MyPillow.
I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and I had all these problems too. I tried every pillow out there and nothing worked, so I invented MyPillow. My patented pillow does something no other pillow can do. MyPillow lets you adjust it to your exact individual needs regardless of sleep position and stays that way all night long so you get the best sleep of your life.
Before MyPillow, I had difficulty sleeping through the night. Now with MyPillow, I have a good night's sleep every night.
I tried a couple other more expensive pillows that were the foam pillows or memory foam, and it just didn't really work. As soon as I tried the MyPillow, it worked out great.
Other pillows go flat, causing you to fold them over or use your arm for support, which can cause pain. Hard foam pillows can raise your head too high and heat up during the night, making you very uncomfortable. But the revolutionary MyPillow has patented fill that won't go flat and keeps your neck supported and aligned to your exact individual need. MyPillow helps you get and stay in deep sleep all night long.
Order now to save 30% on a MyPillow Premium. Be sure to use the promo code on your screen. Order a second MyPillow Premium and I'll give you free shipping.
I invented MyPillow because I believe everyone should get a great night's sleep. I do all of my own manufacturing in my home state of Minnesota, and every part of MyPillow is made in the USA. It's machine washable and dryable, and it comes with my 60-day money-back guarantee and a full 10-year warranty. I personally guarantee that MyPillow will be the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own.
Call or go to MyPillow.com now to order a MyPillow Premium, and Mike will give you 30% off. Don't delay. Order a second MyPillow Premium, and everything ships free. Place your order at MyPillow.com or call now to take advantage of 30% savings plus free shipping. Order now.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
We cannot let the wrong people in, and I will not allow that to happen during this administration. And people, the citizens of our country, want that, and that's their attitude too, I will tell you. We are getting such praise for our stance, and it's a stance of common sense. Maybe a certain toughness, but it's really more than toughness. It's a stance of common sense, and we are going to pursue it vigorously.
President Trump earlier today reiterating his commitment to extreme vetting, even in the face of stiff resistance from the U.S. court system. And yesterday on Fox News Sunday, White House senior advisor Steve Miller, he said that the president is exploring all options to keep you, the American people, safe. Watch this.
Right now, we are considering and pursuing all options. Those options include seeking an emergency stay at the Supreme Court, continuing the appeal with the panel, having an emergency hearing en banc, or going to the trial court in the district level and a trial on the merits. They also include, as you've mentioned, the possibility of new executive actions designed to prevent terrorist infiltration of our country. But I want to say something very clearly, and this is going to be very disappointing to the people protesting the president and the people in Congress, like Senator Schumer, who've attacked the president for his lawful and necessary action. The president's powers here are beyond question.
Now, while the administration plots its next move, the Center for Immigration Studies released a brand new report which analyzed the Senate Judiciary Committee data. They found this: 72 individuals from the 7 countries covered in President Trump's vetting executive order have been convicted in terror cases since 9/11/2001. We continue with the editor-in-chief of LifeZette, Fox News contributor, nationally syndicated radio talk show host, Laura Ingraham. All right, I want to look at a broader picture here, because what Miller clearly was talking about, enumerated powers of the president as the commander-in-chief, and obviously U.S. Code 81182, which we've all discussed. What's happening is, first they go after Kellyanne, then they go after Bannon, Darth Vader. Now they're going after Miller. I see now another round of attacks on Trump. Now this is on top of going, and we'll talk about this next, Donald Trump's 10-year-old son, now his grandchild, and Eric Trump has to stop his fundraising for St. Jude's Hospital, millions of dollars he raises, Ivanka Trump, Kellyanne, now Don Jr.'s kids.
Don't you wish you were in the White House, Sean? That'd be fun.
No one invited me, so I'm fine. But the question, here's my question. I think this is an effort to demonize, delegitimize, and hurt and make it hard for everybody around the president, and it's an orchestrated effort. Am I wrong?
It's Alinsky tactics 101. I mean, isolate, demonize, delegitimize, dismiss. And we know that. I mean, you've been dealing with this for years on air and exposing it. You exposed it when Obama was just took over and during the campaign in 2008. This is what they're going to do. We knew this. So what do you have to do when you're messaging in important changes and necessary changes in policy? What do you do? Well, the way you roll it out is important. The way you set the tone of the objective is important. It all makes it more difficult when you do a rollout right. It makes it more difficult for the left to caricature you, to demonize you, to dismiss you. They'll try, and invariably, you know, in some cases, maybe they'll even succeed. But it's very important for the Trump team to all be on the same page and reiterating the same themes, not stepping on each other's narrative, not stepping on the overall point here, which is to keep the country safe and to do this the right way. And I think it's early on, everybody's trying to get their footing, and I think the left and some in the media are taking advantage of the fact that this is new stuff for a lot of the folks in the White House. It's not a criticism. It's just, it's new. It's not running a campaign. Governing is different from campaigning, and you need a strong chief of staff, you need a strong communications team, and you need people who are unafraid and courageous. I think they have all that, but they're still, I think they're still finding their footing. I think it's going to be fine, but I think, you know, there have been some,
I just think a lot of it is personal and it's unfair. But look at all the stories today. I'll pull up one story after another. The story about a shadow White House where Obama's going to be, and he's organizing people and supporting the protesters and scheming to sabotage President Trump. Jim Webb actually said there's a campaign on Capitol Hill in the media and academia to personally discredit Trump. Okay, Bill Maher, Trump is mentally ill. CNN, they had two guests this weekend suggesting the same thing. Al Franken, by the way, the last person to talk, saying the same thing. But all of this, it seems like there's an effort to delegitimize that even with George W. Bush and Bush derangement syndrome, it took a little bit of time. There's no honeymoon period here for the president.
Yeah, but there is no honeymoon period. But you and I knew that. We said right the day after the election, it's going to be war every day. They're going to challenge every action that you take in court. You better make sure you have your key team members in place before you rush out to do something.
You know, by the way, how funny was this? So at the Grammys, Joy Villa is the singer.
Oh, I love that.
And she wears the Make America Great and Trump on the back. And sales skyrocket. Skyrocketed. Amazon everywhere. iTunes. So I guess maybe there's a message there for Hollywood and the music world.
Hey, Sean, there's an opening here. There's an opening. You got the fashion line. You got it's all good. I love it. I think that was courageous of her to do that.
It really was. I thought it was, especially in that environment. All right. Good to see you as always, Laura Ingraham. And coming up, President Trump's family continues to come under attack. Even the president's grandchildren and 10-year-old son. You won't believe the latest examples we have from the supposedly tolerant and compassionate left. Tommy Lahren, Jessica Tarlov are here to debate that and more as Hannity continues.
Thank you.
Imagine if the things you bought every day earned you miles to get to the places you really want to go. With the United Mileage Plus Explorer card, you'll get a free checked bag, 2 United Club passes, priority boarding, and 50,000 bonus miles. Everything you need for an unforgettable vacation. The United Mileage Plus Explorer card. Imagine where it'll take you.
At Safelite, we know how busy your life can be.
Oh, no.
This mom didn't have time to worry about a cracked windshield, so she scheduled at Safelite.com. And with Safelite's exclusive On My Way text, she knew exactly when I'd be there, so she didn't miss a single shot. I replaced her windshield, giving her more time for what matters most. How'd you do?
We won.
Nice. That's another Safelite advantage.
So much.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Why buy the same old yellow box for hemorrhoids? Recticare Complete Hemorrhoid Care System has 2 effective medications. The strongest OTC concentration of lidocaine to relieve pain and itch, plus the strongest OTC concentration of phenylephrine HCl to reduce swelling. Because hemorrhoids are an all-day problem, Recticare Complete does more. With Recticare Advanced Hemorrhoidal Cream for at-home use and dual-action medicated wipes for on-the-go hemorrhoid relief that protects and soothes. Get more complete hemorrhoid relief with Recticare Complete.
A new executive order inside the president's next move and impact on immigration and national security. Trey Gowdy has powerful insight on the first 100 days.
If you're watching this, you're probably new to Spectrum. So let me welcome you to America's fastest growing TV, internet, and voice company. At Spectrum, we work hard every day to bring our customers the most advanced fiber-rich technology in the industry. We believe that our customers deserve the best value, with no hidden fees, no unexpected surcharges, and most importantly, no contracts. We're committed to bringing you the best TV, internet, and voice services, and have exciting things in store for you. But in the meantime, you should continue using your Time Warner Cable ID, the Time Warner Cable TV app, and keep visiting twcc.com to manage your account. I'll be back to tell you more about Spectrum's new products, services, and features as they become available. Until then, let me officially welcome you to Spectrum.
The carpets are always red, and stars are everywhere you look. There's no place like Hollywood. Hollywood Gaming at Dayton Raceway. The $60,000 cash or caddy giveaway is here. Start playing today for your chance to win. Winners selected on February 25th from 2 to 7 p.m.
Welcome back to Hannity. So some New York City families are allegedly considering a boycott of an elite Upper East Side school because the grandson of President Trump is rumored to be attending kindergarten there in the fall. Now, this according to a report from the New York Post titled, "Trump Ties to Upper East Side School Stirs Moms." Sadly, this is just the latest example of the left demeaning the family of President Trump. Joining us now is the Director of Research at Bustle.com, Jessica Tarlov, and the host of Tommy on the Blaze. Tommy Lahren is with us. All right. First, they go after me. It was vicious what they did to Barron. I know. I've met him. Awesome kid. Smart, polite, intelligent, really good kid. Then, now they're going after the grandchild and the son and the child of Don Jr. Then they stopped Eric Trump from raising money for St. Jude's Hospital a cancer ward because there might be conflicts with people that give money. And poor Ivanka, she can't do anything right. They're politicizing her line at Nordstrom's and elsewhere. And, every person that I know works here loves her stuff. Why are they going after kids, and what would happen if we did that?
We know what would happen, but this is just another example. What is that they like to say? When they go low, we go high.
Yes.
After the kids. It's a different set of standards, obviously. And if they're so shaken by having a child going to kindergarten, it's going to be a rough life for some of these individuals if they're going to want to shelter their children. But then again, colleges have safe spaces now. So they're just preparing them in kindergarten.
Legos, crayons, coloring books. Jessica, I never talked about Malia and Sasha. The only thing I've said is it seems like they're great kids.
Absolutely.
You know what? Why are you going after a 10-year-old? Why are you going after a kid going into kindergarten?
I've never done it. No one that I fraternize with has.
And they're going to beat up a girl, Ivanka, who's a lovely woman.
Listen, I think that going after a 10-year-old is completely unacceptable. Going and boycotting a school, it's a great school, completely unacceptable. Having a discussion about the Eric Trump Foundation or Ivanka and her clothing line, and these are adult children. I mean, Ivanka tweeted today a picture of her sitting between her father and Justin Trudeau talking about what they discussed in terms of advancing women. So, she is an advisor to the administration. That's not the same thing as just being a child.
You don't know if that wasn't a social moment?
Yes, we do know that. Why was she in the first meeting with Prime Minister Abe? And also, Tommy, I just want to raise the point. In October of last year, you actually tweeted, compare Chelsea Clinton to the Trump kids. Right. This isn't about looks. #debate. What did you mean by that? Why are we talking about the kids? Why were you talking about the kids yourself? And for the record, if you want to discuss Ivanka, this is all open for discussion. We're talking about the fact that if Hillary would have won and Chelsea was sitting in the middle between two world leaders, you guys would have applauded her all night long. She would have been the poster child of the feminist movement. But if Ivanka's sitting there, all of a sudden it's inappropriate. I'm asking you about your tweet. And I'm not saying if Chelsea was doing that, listen, I wanted her to step down from the Clinton Foundation.
She explained it. Not about looks, about politics.
Well, I'm sure that, like...
Ivanka, you were talking about when I said compare the two. Yes, Ivanka has done great things
and Chelsea,
for women.
what?
I'm talking about the way that the media covers the two is night and day, where people applauded Chelsea
Really, what
Clinton.
did you guys do to the Clinton Foundation compared to their Trump Foundation? $880,000
was corrupt.
went to the Trump resorts.
Excuse me.
What about the $77,000 cup of coffee?
All right, we're getting off base. I want to stop here for a second. If I went after the Obama kids, I probably would have groups of people wanting me fired. Wait a minute.
Sean, if you go after Beyonce, you'll have groups of people wanting you fired. Let's be honest.
What's your problem with Beyonce?
What I'm saying is the loving left that have found these celebrities, they are so protective of certain celebrities, but then others, they go for the jugular. So you see that this is not about...
I think this is the point. I thought you guys on the left were supposed to be tolerant. I thought you guys were supposed to be inclusive.
I am super tolerant and inclusive.
Okay,
I said
but why,
no children at all.
Okay, but it's still happening.
It is
still happening.
Absolutely,
and it wouldn't have happened to the Obama kids. And if it did,
remember when
one time, one assistant
was fired
and got fired.
What
one
happened
person.
to Chelsea Clinton in the 90s? You remember that? It was horrific how they treated her as a teenager.
I don't remember that. I never
Bush
talked
girls,
about
I think,
kids.
were treated very fairly. I don't remember much issue
Huge
there.
double standard. And here's my message to everybody. Leave the children alone. All right, Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, they're adults.
Grown, and they're making policy decisions.
Okay, I said they're fair game.
Yes.
Okay, they can defend themselves.
Absolutely.
Leave the young kids alone. It's really despicable. All right, when we come back, we need your help. A very important question of the day as we continue.
Did you know 98% of the cloud runs on Intel? That ride share, you actually rode here on the cloud.
Did not feel like a cloud.
That driverless car,
I have seen it all.
Intel's driving the future. Traffic lights, street lamps, business runs on the cloud. And the cloud runs on Intel. I wonder what the other 2% runs on.
Take a look at these barbecue trophies. Best cracked pepper sauce. Most ribs eaten while calf roping.
Yep. Greatness deserves recognition. You got any trophies, cowboy?
Well, there's this one.
Best insurance mobile app.
Yep, 3 years in a row.
Well, I'll be. Does that thing just follow you around?
Like a little puppy.
The award-winning Geico app. Download it today.
Excuse me.
Always running to the bathroom because your bladder is calling the shots? You may have OAB.
Enough of this. We're going to the doctor.
Take charge and ask your doctor about Myrbetriq. That's Myrbetriq, the first and only treatment in its class for OAB symptoms of urgency, frequency, and leakage.
Myrbetriq Myrbetriq may increase blood pressure. Tell your doctor right away if you have trouble emptying your bladder or have a weak urine stream. Myrbetriq may cause serious allergic reactions. If you experience swelling of the face, lips, throat, or tongue, or difficulty breathing, stop taking Myrbetriq and tell your doctor right away. Myrbetriq may affect or be affected by other medications. Before taking Myrbetriq, tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems. Common side effects include increased blood pressure, common cold symptoms, urinary tract infection, constipation, diarrhea, dizziness, and headache.
It's time for you to make the calls, so call your doctor to see if Myrbetriq may be right for you. Visit Myrbetriq.com to learn more.
Your teenager, you love them more than anything. And when they're frustrated or hurting, you just want to help.
When he breaks out, I feel bad. I don't want him to have to go through that.
People will look at you and be like, what's wrong with your skin? And I kind of shut down and I'm very shy.
Moms, if you have a teenager who's struggling with breakouts, do them a favor. Go straight to the acne experts at Proactive. Proactive is so much more than just a cleanser. The 3 steps use combination therapy to help clear the breakouts you have now and stop new ones before they even start. And no other acne product in the world has it.
Proactive actually cleared my skin more than the other things. It's just been really, really easy for us. I don't have to bug her to do it. She just does it on her own. She looks so much better, and it makes me feel good for her to be happy.
It's so easy to get them started. Just go to Proactive.com. We'll set you up with our legendary 3-step system for just $19.95. Plus, we ship everything right to your door.
Man, just to see his face get clear, for us, was amazing. And, most importantly, he's happy.
Yeah, I love practice. Just love it.
And here's something really exciting. Use promo code TRIO when you order, and we'll send you our brand new Ultimate Trio free. You'll get our blackhead dissolving gel, our skin purifying mask, and our dark spot correcting serum. It's our most valuable TV offer ever, and you get it all for just $19.95 if you order before time runs out.
Whether you have stubborn acne or occasional breakouts, Proactive can work for you, guaranteed, or your money back.
Still not sure? Act fast and we'll throw in our ultra-rich green tea moisturizer as a free extra. So you'll get all this for just $19.95. But you have to hurry. Go to Proactive.com or call 1-800-846-0142. Help them get back that smile you love with Proactive.
All right, time for our question of the day. So what did you think of the president's stance on extreme vetting? It is necessary. I know it'll inconvenience some, but Americans need to be safe. Go to Facebook.com/Sean Hannity, at Sean Hannity on Twitter. Quick programming note, tune in tomorrow night, 10 Eastern, a special Hannity. Extreme vetting, the Islamic threat. You don't want to miss it. But that's all the time we have left for tonight. Thanks for being with us. See you back here tomorrow night.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Kelly Wright in New York. A major shakeup in Washington within the Trump administration. National Security Advisor Michael Flynn resigning late Monday night. It follows reports that he had misled Vice President Mike Pence and other officials about his contacts with Russia. In a resignation letter, Flynn said he held numerous calls with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. during the transition, then gave incomplete information about those discussions to Vice President Mike Pence. The vice president, apparently relying on information from Flynn, initially said the national security advisor had not discussed sanctions with the Russian envoy. Flynn later admitted the issue may have come up. Earlier Monday, Kellyanne Conway, senior White House advisor, said Flynn, quote, has the full confidence of President Trump. While White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer told reporters the president was monitoring the situation and was speaking to the vice president and other members of his team about Flynn's future. Following Flynn's resignation, President Trump named retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg as the acting national security advisor. Kellogg, who advised Mr. Trump during the campaign, was previously appointed the National Security Council Chief of Staff. Last month, the Justice Department warned the Trump administration that Flynn could be in a compromised position due to the conversations with Russia. The conversations were picked up by U.S. intelligence as part of routine monitoring of foreign officials' communications in the U.S. If Flynn indeed offered assurances about the incoming administration's new approach, it could have